Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dr. Mihi Anglican Parade, service watching.
Is that correct?
That's literally not true. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me this morning. Come on in, take a seat. We are in good hands this morning. We're in good hands because Kim R., the honorary internet owner, it's even in her name. You can see the internet symbols right there in her name. She's in charge again. First in chat today, Kim. It's been a bit, but you're back. You're back. The standing operating procedure manual is safely in your hands, and we can rest assured that today's internet experience worldwide will be better than what Judge Boyd fears. The internet apocalypse is not upon us. Welcome. I see the front row is filling up quickly. Thank you. Please do take a seat. Any safety notices today? Do we have a safety meeting? We need a safety meeting. I don't know who won. What is Aria's email? Aria's email is on Aria's... I like to talk about myself in third person. It's on the About page on the YouTube, but it's MD Recovery Addict. MD like doctor, but really means metal detecting. It'd be cool if it was doctor, though. If it was Dr. Recovery Addict, that would be really cool. But I'm pretty sure I would need to go to a lot more school than I did to be able to claim those little letters in my name. So yeah, mdrecoveryaddict@gmail.com will get to me, and I promise to maybe read it. Maybe that's all I can commit to. It does help if you let me know you're sending me something so I can check it. Let's see. We did. We did. Let's see. Is there anything else, Dr. R?
I was kickback, really? Taking it easy.
I'm medical and law adjacent. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be offending communities, professional communities all over the place here at this rate. So thank you. I'd highlight this like this, but it shows up. You ignore the orange. You don't have to type it in orange to get to me. Just make sure there's no space between the D and the R, because you want it to say like Dre right there, like Dr. Dre. See what I did there?
When are we going to break?
MD Recovery Addict. All one word right there at gmail.com.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Maybe upon us. Maybe here. I thought for a brief moment this morning that it might be hump day, but it was not, which means that now in my head, I'm a day behind. So this is going to be a long week. But I was mentally getting geared up to do the hump day yell, which now is going to be 24 hours away. So I probably will butcher it tomorrow or forget, one of the two. You know, both are bad. Christy G, time flies when you're having fun. Love it here. 7 months, Christy. Thank you so much. I have a confession. I have been awake for less than half an hour. I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning. I'm just like, I can't sleep. And this is rare for me because normally I can sleep. You give me like 10 seconds notice and I can be asleep. I'm really good at that. 3 o'clock this morning, wide awake. So what do? Of course, I go back and then listen to some of Ian Runkle. And I go back and listen to some of the DUI guy and some stuff that's going on with the What the Hales down in Florida. And follow that rabbit hole a little bit. So thanks, Megan Fox, for that tip. So yeah, it's good stuff all over. So we're working on that. We're working on this. And all in all, I finally went back to bed about 5 and then slept until now. So good morning. Welcome. Yes. What the Hales? If you know, you know. Sadly, it is not hump day. You should watch Recovery Addict. Greeners, I have never rewatched one of my live streams. I've seen little clips that people have sent me, but I've never rewatched it. I don't think I can. I tell you, I am not comfortable speaking in front of people. I'm not comfortable being on camera. And as long as in my head I can pretend it's not happening by never watching it happen, I'm good with that. I'm like, it's all good. I can just keep doing my thing. I won't be self-conscious. But as soon as I go back and replay one of the 732 videos that we've posted so far, I'm going to be mortified. It's going to be awful. It would be soul-crushingly depressing. So yeah, serious. That's the truth. That's the truth. Anyway, Zimmy from the bus stop, thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's thank you for letting me lay on your little white couch and speak for my soul here this morning. All right, the bug video is the best. I've seen the clips and things like that. All right, we have Rhodey. Rhodey has offered up this little nugget of truth. Rhodey, congratulations. Is there anyone else whose birthday is this morning or today? I guess you don't have to have it this morning. It can be any time in the next 24-hour period would count. But Rhodey, we had subject matter jurisdiction. Probably not. We had 15 people with birthdays yesterday, and now we'll see if we have any more. All right. Let's see. Rewatching is fun. Reading the chat roll is hilarious. Red Pen. Oh, I do have to say, oh my goodness, I forgot. While I was comfortably snoozing away, comfortably asleep in my bed, the judgment interest clock flipped over the $2 million mark, and according to Red Pen, because he's the guy, at 6:30 a.m., 6:30 a.m., I think Eastern, it rolled over the $2 million mark on the interest counter. This counter, if you want to watch this and be there for all the future milestones, you can find that on the Top Mark Media channel. Top Mark, that's all one word. Top Mark, just like MD Recovery Addict is one word, but Top Mark Media. That'll get you to this page. That is a live stream running off one of our computers here that is keeping track to the second of the interest. Now, I realize for those that are the bean counters out there are frustrated because they know that if they've read the order from the judge, the judgment, that the counter, the interest actually accrues daily. So at just a second after midnight, $51,700 of interest accrues instantly. And then it waits for 24 hours, and then it accrues again. But what we've done is we've broken that $51,700 down into seconds of the day to illustrate how fast it's growing each day. Because if we just sat here and didn't change for 24 hours, and then 1 second it made a huge jump, it wouldn't be nearly as fun to watch. So that's where that is. Congratulations to all those involved on that counter. Let's see. We have Rhodey's birthday. Let's see. Rewatch Matthew explain his his name is interesting. I say it wrong every time, but let's see if there's anybody else. Rhodey, you might get a solo happy birthday message. Oh, no. Just when I thought you were going to get the whole song to yourself, along comes Hippie Chick with its birthday as well. Hippie Chick, happy birthday. Okay, Hippie Chick. Is there anyone else? Susan. You're saying J-Hatch tally? What's the J-Hatch tally? We followed a trial. This was a civil trial. The two individuals in front in that picture, that would be Jack and Maya Kowalski. They sued J-Hatch, which was a hospital, for the treatment that Maya received at the hospital and the treatment that her mom received through the hospital or by the hospital. And that resulted in or contributed to the fact that her mom took her own life. And everything that went on there, there's a lot. It's a long trial, a lot of information, but she won. They were victorious in that case, and they were awarded $208,451,176 plus interest, and that interest is accruing because it hasn't been paid yet. So anyway, that's what it is there, and that is a fantastic case to rewatch. There are some frustrating things in it. But it has great lawyering. It has a compelling story, and it has some good judging. But I like it. It was fantastic. And being able to meet those players down there, by players I mean the key people in that court case, was really a choice experience. And obviously I didn't get to shake Mr. Hunter or Mr. Shapiro's hand. But I wasn't looking for that opportunity either, so I didn't present. Will J-Hatch ever settle? I believe they will. I think they'll attend mediation, and I think they'll come to a number that both sides will be comfortable with. DSN says, I just turned orange. Thanks to who gifted me. That's 12 months of support. DSN, thank you. It would not be the same without you here. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. All right. We had a buffer sound, and there it is. Oh, we've got 3 people. William Hosey, Hippie Chick, and Rhodey, all with birthdays today. Please join with me in what I like to think is the largest birthday sing-along in the world. We have people all over the world who will be joining with us and sing to celebrate to these 3 individuals. Dancers, get ready, says Nosy Rosie up. Apparently, you guys have been practicing a new routine. I can't wait to see it. I think the best way to show the routine you've practiced for this song is to just film yourself doing the individual practice and send it to me, and I'll go ahead and post those for everyone to see. But yeah, places, people. All right, for the birthday song, this isn't me singing alone. This is not a solo. I would never sing a solo on the internet. That is embarrassing. That is just, it's a terrible idea. It's all of us singing together. So please join with me in singing happy birthday to William Hosey, Hippie Chick, and Rhodey. Let's warm up together, shall we? La 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 la. There we go. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. I can already tell. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, William Hosey, Hippie Chick, and Rhodey. Happy birthday to you. That was good. That was really good. I would have to say today the parts blended like never before. Like all the voices were just perfectly attuned to each other. And whoever hit that high note on the falsetto, nailed it. All right, happy birthday to those who are celebrating the birthday today. William Hosey, Hippie Chick, and Rhodey. What a great day to celebrate. Of course, it is your birthday, which is, gives you every right to celebrate today. I realize there are many places you could be and many people you could be with who would celebrate this special day with you, but you have chosen to be here with us, and that is not lost on me. Thank you very much for letting us have the honor of sharing your special day. Do enjoy the free pancakes that are available at Denny's on your birthday. I will say I got my first birthday card in the mail. And I told my wife, and she says, it's not your birthday. And I said, I know. But they're just ahead of the game. The local hardware store down the road sent me a birthday card because they know that next month is my birthday. And they sent me a card that says, this is good for $5 off your next purchase of at least $5. I'm like, wow, I'm going to go there. I'm going to spend this. I'm probably going to spend more than $5 at their store. Whatever advertising who dreamed that up, it works. I'm going to go there and celebrate my birthday by buying myself something that I probably don't need. You guys can probably all relate. Anyway, so happy birthdays to you. $5 is an awesome gift. It is, and it came in a postcard with my name on it. It's really cool. All right, let's finish out this last verse because you can't just shut it off in mid verse. There we go. All right. Good news. Okay, that is wonderful. Where are we in the case? Oh, this is in the Hannah Gutierrez Rust movie trial case. I think the best thing we can do is possibly pull up the thumbnail, which we've been creating together to see where we're at.
I'm not a cat.
Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I got $5 from AT&T as well. I got $5 from AT&T. Just as a side note, the $5 I got from AT&T is because their service was down for a day, and it was terrible. It was terrible for everybody, but apparently it was only worth $5. So they're going to give me $5 credit on my next bill. So if you have AT&T and did without the internet for a day, it's worth $5 a day. That's the going rate for outages. So that's I'm up to $10 already. I'm not sure where I'm going to spend all the money. Probably not in one place.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
All right, Rust movie trial. Here we have our image. Let's see, we're on camera 7. That's this computer over here. It's always good to work on the right mouse pad. Let's see what we have in this case. Yes, I did relent, and we added a gorilla. Now, after we had the testimony from this last witness, I have to ask this question. Are we going to hear from a witness who was on set, who worked as a grip that just has like incredible strength, like arm strength, like maybe it's holding the boom mic, or being able to push the cart really well? Is there somebody? Because something about some of the evidence we've heard would indicate that there is a grip with the strength of a beast out there, who is sort of hiding in the shadows currently. That it's known to others on set because I guess they have a pal on set. I've heard a rumor that the grip has a pal. And I don't know. I don't want to go any further than that. But I'm just wondering: is there another person who's going to testify that we're going to be like, oh, it's him? Oh, there he is. we know your name. We know your little nickname, and your little pal too. So that's it does have a pal. All right. I'm just saying. Now that we've had the testimony and we understand what different words mean. Things we've heard earlier in trial suddenly have a different connotation entirely. So that's what I'm saying. And somebody wants to chime in. I have to be really careful here. You guys be good to me, okay? That's as far as I was going, just for the record.
Call from best thumbnail idea today.
What is the best thumbnail idea, Bree? I heard you.
We need. It's because, New Mexico is known for their red and green chilies. So you need a red chili because I got spicy yesterday.
Oh, I like that idea. We did have some spice.
Yeah, we
Let's
did.
do, what did you think of my, I don't want to say the name. You know the name of the phone, right? The phone had a name. And the phone had a name because it belonged to that person. Yes. And now I think that person was referring to themselves and possibly a relationship that existed with one of the grips, right?
Yes.
Is that what it meant? Am I the last person to catch on to this, and everyone else knew from the beginning that that's what I was talking about?
No, you're not. I think you are. But the best part is, hold on real quick. I need to rewind back to last Friday, by the way. In my defense, on the clip I sent you of you learning the phone name, if you look, there is a super chat. I warned you what was coming. I gave you fair warning what that clip was, and you still played it.
I didn't even. It was on my phone. I can barely see the picture. My eyes are that bad. I can barely even see it. I don't read the little super chat. I feel bad for those of you who watch this on a phone that they can't read anything that happens on the bottom of the screen. That's half the fun of watching this channel is looking at the chats that you guys put up on the screen. I put them up, but you guys type them in. Okay, so you said something.
I laughed all weekend.
A spicy pepper. What do you want? A chili?
It's a red chili, or green chili. You either do with your food in New Mexico. You either do red chili, green chili, or you do Christmas, which is red and green chili combined.
I have to say we have a lot of red and rust color representation on this picture already. A green would stand out a little better.
You can do a green chili. Yeah, you can do green chili. It's just peppers. It's spicy.
This will give it more color. Let's see. We've got
I was going to go today, but I want to wait till we get closer to the last of the witnesses.
Let's see. This looks like this is like a real thing. This is like a photo.
Yeah.
That's something I've picked right off a plant before. Okay, so we're going to add a little bit of spice to this picture because, we definitely got it yesterday and Friday. Let's see. Let's move this.
And I think Thursday and Friday are only going to get crazier as we get to the end of the state witnesses.
What if we were to put this like resting on top of the Bonanza sign? Is that?
I'm driving, so I don't see what you're looking at, but I think it'll be a great plan.
Brie, I'm using you for advice. And now you tell me you're not even watching.
Well, I have to drive.
Okay. Well, you drive carefully. We'll have other people chime in chat and see if they think it's good. I can barely even see this. I need to make it bigger on my screen. All right. There's the green chili pepper on top of the Bonanza sign because it's hot and spicy in here.
Yeah.
We did name the church Makeshift, so it doesn't look straight. It looks a little bit crooked, but I think it's the font. Let's see.
Well, it'll be okay.
By the wagon, so it
look, it can be crooked. It can be crooked. I mean, this trial's always late. They're not really quite on time, so they don't need to be perfect. See, there you go.
I'm going to add another one because this is like I've got a couple options, and you guys can tell me which one you think is best. If we went and like set it like over here, like it was like sitting up against the wagon, like by the wagon wheel, and then make it a little tiny bit smaller. So maybe down here, like it's a wheel chock. I like that better than on top of the Bonanza. We're gonna get rid of Bonanza and go with the wagon wheel chock. That's a great idea, Lavender. That was a winning idea. Thank you, Bree. Thank you for the suggestion. It has now been added to the thumbnail on every image from here on out through the trial. The spicy chili pepper will be featured. So, thank you. Drive carefully. I look forward to talking to you again. Can't wait for you to get back in court as well.
You're
Enjoy
welcome.
work.
Yeah, my plan is Thursday and Friday, just because, or Wednesday and Thursday. Just kind of depends on how many they get through today. Because, like I said, I definitely want to probably be there for David Hales, and I definitely want to try and be there for the one that is the witness for the tampering with evidence charge. I don't remember her name, but
matter jurisdiction.
Right. Let's see.
I think those two will get
Beth
spicy.
Smith, Seth Kenny.
Yeah, Beth Smith.
Seth Kenny, I think, is going to be important. David Hall. Yeah. We've got some good ones coming up. Starting tomorrow. I don't know what's on the schedule today, but we've got.
Yeah, I don't either, and that's why I was going to see kind of where they get through today, depending on if I go tomorrow or if I go Thursday.
So help me, if they bring a guy from the set that's like built like Popeye, I'm going to lose it. I'm just going to be like, it's him. It's him.
I love it.
Anyway, all right.
I mean, we did start Breaking Bad, so the Walter White was a really good day yesterday. I just laughed when somebody said that in chat. I hadn't even thought about it because I was more listening than watching, and then I started laughing so hard I about cried. I was like, I don't even know what to do with this trial.
If Bryan Cranston had grown out a goatee, like a long goatee, that was a spitting image.
It was.
Yeah, it's crazy. Good stuff. All right. So thank you very much.
Awesome.
We're all caught up on the thumbnail. Actually, I'm going to bring it up and talk about it. But thank you for the suggestion, Bree. I'll let you go back to driving, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Talk to you guys later. See you all in chat. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. So we had back on the thumbnail. Let's just explain really quickly what we have here as I sort of mouse over everything, because some things are hard to see. But we have, obviously, the church is where this all went down. We've got the Spanish flag because there was a mention of Spanish ammunition, that the dummy rounds that look exactly like live rounds but don't have rattles in them. So we've got that mentioned there. We have the armorer's wagon with some silver in it because we have the silver tipped or the silver primered bullets. We have all the, the dummy because there were dummy loads all over the place. We obviously now we have our spicy pepper because it got hot and spicy in here. The log represented on the ground is for the police log that should have been kept from the get-go of where people were coming and leaving the scene. And that sort of ties in over here on the other side with the witness population of 200 now down to 199 because one person left. So that ties in. The big sign we have here that says Bonanza, that's because this whole thing took place on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. You can see the ranch with a bottle of ranch dressing leaning against the pole right here. The owl sitting on top is symbolic of the police officer who, even though he was walking around with his body camera filming and spun in a full circle, he maintains that he never lost eye contact with the cart that was being wheeled out to him, that he should have got himself instead somebody brought to him. So he said, there's no chance of anyone tampering with that evidence. The chain of evidence, the chain of custody, as you see from the chain on the ground, was not broken. We have crime scene do not cross, obviously, because there is a crime scene, and they did rope off pretty much the whole ranch. We've got our tumbleweed just because this happens out in the desert, and the wind is blowing like crazy on that scene. We've added a gorilla. We also have I'm not going to explain the gorilla. The gorilla is holding a sign that says Rust Mart because Walmart did enter the chat, and because we can't have Walmart on here because they would sue us, we're instead going to just have Rust Mart. The road that the gorilla is standing on, this long winding road that weaves its way up into the mesa, that is the path the jurors have to walk to and from the courtroom, and it is a long one. It's a long one. That's why it takes so long during breaks. We do have a little bag of snow because everybody, I guess, down on the set preferred to have a little snow there. Was that a weather reference? No. Just kidding. The bag of snow has to do with the tampering with evidence charge that Hannah was facing because she had a friend take a little baggie of cocaine from her. Let's see. This dark skeleton figure sitting on a horse playing dead is actually Alec Baldwin, none other than the man himself, because there was some testimony during trial that Alec Baldwin was sort of in charge. And this was elicited from one of the behind-the-scenes cameramen, the guys who were filming not the movie, but filming the making of the movie. And they were saying, wasn't Alec Baldwin in charge and giving orders and everything? He's like, nope, because when I saw him, he was playing dead on a horse. So that's what that has reference to. We have Red Bull, because Red Bull has been featured in the trial, mentioned 2 different times, 2 different situations. The church is often referred to as a makeshift church. So we've named the church Makeshift. Let's see. Last thing we have up here, we've got the helicopter, because obviously a life flight helicopter was called in, and it is dragging behind it a banner with none other than our friendly George, who was the court bailiff in the courtroom. I hear you guys saying we need a camera. I'm thinking about that. I'm also thinking about how many days of trial we have left and how little space we have on the map or on the screen here. Movie camera, backspace, on rails. Movie camera on rails, maybe something like this. The angle's bad. It's a different perspective. We have to sort of keep it consistent. Possibly we could go with a side shot. It's a dolly even. Let's see. Let's actually spin this around. Let's flip it. Let's flip it horizontally. And we're going to run this right down here in front of the crime scene tape, because it's filming Alec Baldwin and the monkey. There we go. I think I'm not a big fan of the color. It sort of has to be sort of on its own there. Uh-oh. Calls are coming in.
Call from Nosy Rosie.
Hello, Nosy Rosie. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I am doing just fabulous.
So I'm going to make it quick today. So the little snow bag, you're going to save some room if you shrink it and slightly hide it, because you can't just leave your snow bag laying around out in the open. Remember, it's a snow bag. So you got to hide it.
So we'll take it and see if we can put it behind the log here. Is that all right?
Yeah, just hide it somewhere.
Layer back once here.
And then that makes room for the camera, because that camera that you have was really good. And I have to say that the hatch pepper that Bree brought in, fabulous. Great idea.
Good addition. Bree's a smart lady. So.
Yes. One last thing that I want to say is that I absolutely adore chat, and you Recovery Addict. I have to say, the last 6 weeks have been extremely humbling in my life. I lost the use of my dominant arm through my shoulder surgery. It was very humbling. And I had to, my wonderful husband and neighbors who did meal train, and all of you who just kept me happy during the day, because like I said, it was very humbling. And there was a couple of dark pity party days of poor me. But chat and watching, oh my gosh, the kitty. I love the kitty. See, it's stuff like that made the last 6 weeks, really get through it. And so, as of yesterday, I am sling free, and I'm able to use my arm again.
Wonderful news.
Gently. Yes. So I still have a ways to go, but not as many typos and weird chat thingies. But I just wanted to say, hide the baggie.
Yes, we hid the baggie. I think we're good here. See the camera. I still don't know exactly where I want the camera.
I did want to say I know that you've been struggling with like how you've been about doing something with our artwork. And I love referencing our, because anything that's yours is ours.
Yes. It's community, shared ownership. If I go down, you go down with me. That's how it works.
Oh, that one. Oh, okay, fair. But like when you do the ASMR with the water, please don't get the water in our equipment.
Right. I'll be careful with that one.
Yes, but I was thinking, now for me, I don't know about others, but if I, like, as much as I was not down with the treehouse, I loved the treehouse. To make a poster or
thumbnail.
some sort of, I would frame it. And then I know you don't want to make money off of this because there's victims.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you can donate some of the money and then you can write it off as part of your taxes on your business. And so it's kind of like a win for everybody. It's a thought.
I like that idea. The challenge is that my accountant, which I finally got an accountant, and they're like, oh, when they hear things like that, they're like, oh, be so careful. Because the tax implications of getting involved in fundraisers and donations and things are scary, and especially if the donation or the fundraiser is very successful, and suddenly you find out you owe 30% of the taxes that were raised for the fundraiser, and then I'm like, well, either I keep some of the money to pay the taxes, which is never a good look, and so I'm scared to death of getting involved in GoFundMe's and things like that for that reason. But I'm not confident on that front. But we may make these available, and I would want them to be. I realize you guys can probably want like magnets. You can collect collector's magnets for different. We might be able to put magnets out for every thumbnail we've done for all our trials. If you want to have them for all the ones you watch and cover your fridge, but a free download was.
The download, I would even, give you, $1 for, the download for the work that you've done. But
if it's digital,
that way I can still print it.
If it's digital, it's going to be 50 cents because that's what they charge me to list it. And that way I make no money off of it, and it's as cheap as possible. Because honestly, one thing I've always wanted on this channel is I've always wanted it so if people could be involved and feel like they could be involved without feeling like they needed to pay. That it was a pay to play type scenario. That's why we everyone's comments. It doesn't matter if it's a super chat or just somebody who's just subscribed for 5 minutes. I read them all and we put them on the screen. Either way. So I want to keep that feel. I don't want it to be like a money.
Well, we love you
focus.
for that. We love you for that. And you're talking about the super chats and stuff, and that you don't like to watch yourself. I would just say, don't watch yourself. Just go watch the show and the chat and then, what's happening, because that is why we're here. Because during DNA testimony, it's so boring and we're falling asleep. But the chat, it's in the chat. That's where it's at. And they're watching you fall asleep.
It's funny.
That's the fun part. And so that's why I would say, don't go to watch yourself. Go to watch the actual show. Everything. All of it is what makes it. And again, these last 6 weeks, it's because of the chat. It's because of you snacking on the rolls, and all of it is what brings us joy.
Well, Nosy Rosie, thank you very much. I appreciate the suggestions as well. Let's see.
Have a great day.
I need to group these two. Don't do that. Oh, that was bad. What?
Have a great day.
Okay, thank you, Nosy Rosie. I've got to undo this before I break everything. Okay.
Yes, no, don't break it.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye. Okay, I think I found a better movie. I think we're going to put the camera on the log. It's going to be mounted on the log. Does that work? It's dark enough. It has to be dark enough that it really shows up. And it's right there at the church as well, which I think is important. Let's try that. So the camera's on the log, filming at the church. I like that a little bit better. Hey. If it's not, it's the infamous, notorious Jules. How are you doing, Jules? I saw you yesterday with Dr. Joe. It was a wonderful video. How are you doing? Long time no talk.
I know. That's because I was watching the Michelle Troconis trial and the Adam Montgomery trial. There's just too many going on. So now I can concentrate on Rust. Yeah. I just wanted to tell you that the clock, we hit 2 million.
2 million. You're talking about this clock right here. Yes, so that was at 6:30 this morning. Rolled over the $2 million mark. That's huge. And you know that the hospital has to be aware of that. I mean, that's the numbers growing. And occasionally I see like 20 or 30 people logged in watching it. I think, how many of these are on the defense team doing the math?
Well, a couple of times, when you first did it, I shared it to my my Twitter account, and I tagged Hunter Shapiro. I tagged them all on it. So now that it hit 2 million, that's my plan today, Scott. I'm going to share that clock again on Twitter, and I'm going to tag, the wonderful J Hatch crew.
Wonderful.
And and do that. And but I just want you and your second oldest son did a phenomenal job on that. And
he's a smart kid.
And that was so grateful. He is a smart kid. I wish he was mine. Anyway.
He's my retirement plan. That's why I have smart kids, because I need them to sustain me through my old age. I just hope that one of mine hit the lottery, and then they can be my retirement plan. But in any case, what do you think about this? I had to play catch up on your stream over the weekend because I didn't watch, the trial from the beginning. So I played catch up over the weekend. So I'm all caught up with this Rust thing. I know I'm in the minority here when it comes to this. There's two things I've got going on. Mm-hmm. The first thing is, I don't really think that this should have been a criminal trial. This, to me, and I've seen some other legal pundits, it should have been civil. But being as though it is criminal, I feel that the majority of the responsibility, and I am in the minority, and I know everybody's going to go nuts when I say this. No, you're good.
But I do think that she is the one. She was the armorer. She was responsible, and she screwed up. So I feel that a lot of it goes on her. The situation with Alec Baldwin, I understand he's an executive producer, blah, blah. I could see where I don't like him as a person, but I think he's a good actor. But I also feel that he shouldn't have been charged. And that's just me. I know everybody's going to go nuts. He relies on his armorer, that all the actors do. And I know that there's some actors, what's his name? John Snyder was on Court TV last night saying, well, you're supposed to double check. Well, maybe you are, but there were other actors that said, well, you have to rely on the people that you hire, that they're doing their job. So I think this sets a really bad precedent.
It does come across as being a workplace accident. Okay, I would feel better. I mean, I feel very confident that there's some solid grounds for a civil suit here. But man, it's hard. This is the same thing we had with Aaron Dean, right? Aaron Dean was a police officer that shot Tatiana Jefferson through her window after responding to the home in a call on something suspicious. He looks through the window. She's grabbing her gun. He shoots her. He got convicted. He's spending at least 11 years behind bars for that, where he went to a situation where, I mean, it's not apples to apples, but basically we've got a terrible situation where poor decisions were made and somebody died as a result. But there was no intent on anyone's part for it to I'm going to go shoot somebody today. At least that's what I feel. Or
that's what I feel too.
So it's hard on one side. We're looking like, hey, there was accident here. It was a mistake. It was a tragic mistake. But throwing somebody under the bus, it doesn't make it better. But at the same time, not having someone be accountable just doesn't seem right. And so we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to see where we go with this. But you are not alone. There are plenty of people that say completely agree. I agree with this lady. Completely agree, Jules.
Okay.
So I would say that almost anyone out there, if you've got an opinion that is different than the one I share, a different one than you hear on here, if you share it with us, there are other people who say, yeah, that you just put exactly into words how I feel. There are many different opinions represented here. So.
Yeah, I mean, and what is the most, if she's found guilty, what is the most she's going to get? 18 months in jail? What is that going to do?
Per charge. So 3 years, $10,000 fine is the maximum penalty. It's not a lot. It's not going to, obviously, it's not going to bring Helena back.
No, and she's never going to get a job in the industry again. I really think that this should have been a civil lawsuit. I don't know. I have mixed feelings. Yesterday's testimony was very hard for me. That was very heartbreaking. With the guy with the gray hair and the beard,
Ross.
You know him,
Ross.
Yeah,
Diego. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, him. And but I don't know. We'll see what today brings. You think the jury? I don't know. I think the jury's going to have a hard time with this one.
Yeah, I think it'll be at least 4 hours of deliberation. But
oh, you think that quick? Really?
I think he's going to be guilty. That's what I think. And the reason is because of the law and what they're charging with. This is a negligent manslaughter. It literally, there's no intent. You don't have to prove any intent or ill will or anything like that. You don't have to prove the motive, or the bar is so low for that. Basically, you have to prove that somebody died, and it was something you should have done that made it possible for you did something that made it possible for them to die, or likely that they would die, or you didn't do something that should have prevented it. The law it's so close. It's a low hurdle. I mean, this is not a high jump by any means. So I think she's going to be convicted on that. I don't know about the drugs. The snow we've heard about, but there's just, with what I've heard so far, it's like I need a little bit more evidence than what we hear here, and just a couple text messages back and forth about, hey, give me my stuff. Like I'm not sold on that yet.
Well, and you're not sold on what she did the night before
with the smoking session.
Yeah.
Or because I haven't heard about. I know there's a lot of discussion about they were shooting actual rounds for target practice. I haven't heard anything about that yet, so I'm holding off on that one. But the smoking session, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a marijuana user myself, but what she does on her off hours, I'm not going to hold that against her. I don't think that just from the people I've been around that have used marijuana, it's the effect on them seems to be fairly limited. I'm not an expert here. I'm not the doctor, the narcotics expert or drug expert, but I don't think if she had smoked marijuana the night before that it would have impeded her ability to perform her actions the following day. So that it's a little piece of information, but I don't know.
It's not a good look.
It's not, but it's just a piece. And I think the beyond reasonable doubt has to exist there. And right now, I don't think the state's gotten me very far on that part. Maybe we hear testimony today that advances that.
We'll see. Yeah. All right. Well, guys in the chat, hello. It's been a minute. Scott, thank you for taking my call. I will talk to you soon. I will be watching. Is that
a bird?
That's Frankie and his stupid squeaky toy. I'm sorry.
So your dog is chewing a toy. Someone's saying, "What is that sound?" Does your chair need oil? Yeah. My chair does need oil. It creaks a little bit. But,
I thought you were going to get a new chair.
This is the new chair. Apparently, sitting in it for months on end is not what it was designed to do. So.
Well, we might. Well, I don't know. I'll send you a can of oil. cookie oil. What is that called? WD-2?
It's WD-40. It's the worst. It's the worst
Oh, okay,
lubricant
there
ever.
you go.
So, yeah.
All right, have
thanks,
a great
Jules.
day, Scott.
Yep, we'll see you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We've got one more call. This timing is perfect here.
Call from Callie.
Hello, Callie. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Oh, hey, Scott. I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. What's on your mind this morning?
So just piggybacking off of what Jules was saying, I really haven't been following the Rush trial until it actually went to trial up until this point. I've been watching it with EDB, but I'm dying to know how that second charge got in about her using about the cocaine, because they didn't find it. They didn't test her. There's no proof that this ever even existed. So how did this even make it in as a charge? Please help me understand.
I think the only way they knew about it was through the text messages when they did the download of her phone to figure out what was going on.
Right.
And they found these text messages about, hey, bring me back my stuff. And they must have talked to that friend. Like, what are they talking about? Because they're looking for evidence, obviously. They're looking for, things were moved on the set. Things happened. And so they're seeing if something might have been transported off the set. So I think in looking for maybe those live rounds or something else, they're like, what was that? And they're like, oh, it wasn't ammo. It was just drugs. I'm like, well, drugs? I think that's how it came about. So it's sort of like it wasn't even on the set.
That just seems like like pure speculation. Like how? I mean, I don't know. She never named it in the text. Her friend never said like, "Okay, I'll be right back with your blow." Like no skiing, no nothing, no like euphemisms for blow, none of that.
It's
right?
possible in an interview that friend outed her, and that would be enough to charge. But really, I think without drug testing her or anything, It seems that's the
one
weaker of the
person's
two
word
charges.
against hers. Yeah, 100%. Like I can't even believe that that's a charge. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one person's word against hers, and I think that her attorneys have been doing a great job. Although I think they kind of, messed up a lot with the dolly grip yesterday
And the phone numbers. Yeah.
Yes,
They gave out their own phone numbers. 100%. That was
really not great. But, I think they had a huge chance yesterday to, get that grip on their side and to kind of have it work in there. I was really surprised at the way that Bulls came at them. So, but all right, I was just curious, like, has there been any actual proof of what this quote unquote stuff is? And how is this, like, I'm blown away again, blown away that that's even in there.
When you say her attorneys have done a good job, lately, especially the information they were able to bring as far as the confusion and the information about how the set operated, that was good. Early on in the trial, it was just like wild finger pointing. Look over there. Look over here. It's not us. Look over there. That person could have been the disgruntled cameraman, but what we got yesterday was really like, hang on, let me take you inside the set and what it was like, and where they got that grip to be like, oh, I would never, and he's testifying against their client, right? And they use him. That's why they called him, right? They called him as a witness as well, subpoenaed him as well. But they're saying, why would, you could have stopped this. He's like, no, I don't, no. You don't go up against the Baldwin, and they're like, exactly. And for you as a seasoned veteran with 100 movies under your belt, not being able to, how do you think that would feel for, say, I don't know, a 24-year-old armorer in her second role?
Yeah.
Would she feel that same pressure? And that was effective. That was us seeing, okay, there was pressure. There was a time crunch. There was, some management. The production company had put inappropriate restrictions on the amount of time that she had to prepare. Does that release her from her culpability? I don't think it does, unfortunately for her. But it does sort of paint a picture that helps us understand a little bit. So. Yeah, no, I'm in total agreement. I think he was such a great witness kind of for both sides. He was such an amazing, just told, like, such a great storyteller, told it exactly as he remembered it, as he lived it. But I do think the defense kind of, fumbled it a little bit when he came in so hot for him and not kind of like, yes, he was on his side and he was saying, yes, there wasn't enough safety. He did kind of validate a lot of what the defense said in opening statements, but I think they just kind of like came at him the wrong way.
And I know he calmed down a little bit, but it was very argumentative, really came in hot with it. I was really surprised at the defense attorney, because I feel like they could have made it work more in their favor. But I'm completely blown away by that second charge. And I think it will be, and I agree with you that there is absolutely some responsibility on her part. Unfortunately, I think this is just such a tragedy all around, and Baldwin better be found guilty too. And I will never get over Dave Hall. And I can't wait until they put him up on the stand, and I hope the defense rips him apart.
That's going to be the 29th. So Thursday we should see Dave.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Unless they're moving ahead of schedule.
Yeah, but if there's anyone who's like the most responsible for this, and I think the grip testified to it yesterday, it's him. So I think that's going to be, good for her. But I'm blown away by that second charge, and I can't even believe. I'm like, somebody give me a reason how this is even something she's facing with, other than like just, oh well, speculation and hearsay. Yeah. So I just wanted to see if you had any idea about that, because it's wild to me, man. Wild. It is
crazy. There's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot here that we still need to unpack and get a little more information on. I want to hear more. Let's
Absolutely.
see. Lillian was saying about yesterday's motion to have her lawyer removed. That I think she requested another attorney.
That.
The lawyer requested to be released. The judge said, no, you have to stay there and sit there, but shut up and don't talk to your client, which is the weirdest order I've ever heard.
So she requested it.
At her request.
She requested another attorney.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we did get a new attorney there.
Denied it.
And I think the lady with the long hair that was up there doing the questioning was the new attorney. I haven't looked at the documents. Some of the people in LawTube have dug into those a little bit, but yeah, I don't know what happened there. There's something that they just didn't click.
And was that Rob's cousin that she has to have off the case?
It was Mr. Bullion, who was the guy with the goatee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's Rob's like long lost twin brother. Okay, cousin. Okay. Oh man, I thought he was great, but I think our defense are doing a great job, but I'm truly like, and that's why I'm still like, what the actual hell? How did they let this in? And then the texts and the numbers, all of that is terrible as well. But I know they threw privilege out the window a while ago, so okay. But
yeah,
but yeah, I need. I don't know. I can't with this second charge. I think it's. I mean, I want to look at like the statutes and the actual laws in New Mexico. But
they're both fourth degree felonies, and so maximum penalty is. And it's not because it's drugs. It could have been a stick that was used in a crime, and she took it off the scene or moved it or something. The charge would be the same. So it's not the fact that it was snow that made it a fourth degree felony, but. It seems weird that they're going after that because it's such a specific thing though on such little. It would have to be like a key part of their case,
nothing.
Right? If you're building this case around she was high at the time, okay, then you would have done a drug test, okay, and that would have been a factor. And then I can see this charge coming in saying, oh, we did a drug test, she came back positive for XYZ, then yeah, it's quite relevant that she's, hide my stuff, guys, hide my stuff. The cops are getting me.
100%. And also, like, if they got that witness, whoever's saying that, like, she gave them the snow, if that was within, let's say, like, 90 days, they could have done a follicle test on her, okay? Like, bring it back, like, give me something, you know what I mean? Even that would be speculative, whether or not it was that one time. But that would be something. So you're telling me in the next 3 months, and they are specific, just because they're naming it so specifically, and they are bringing up, just like Jules was saying, oh, if she was getting high the night before. I mean, I don't know where I am in New York. It's employers are not allowed to, like, since it's been, decriminalized, they're not allowed to take what we do, if it's marijuana, like using that in our off time, to, hold that against us as an employee. So again, I don't know about New Mexico specifically. I, would look into it, but it seems like that charge specifically is based, it's too specific with no evidence behind it other than this person said this and look, she said stuff and not anything else. I'm just like, I'm very bothered by that.
Yeah. So it's it seems a weird tactic to press a charge that literally is equal to the charge that
Right.
ended up with somebody dying, and have so little evidence on
Exactly.
it. It does sort of stand out. So
yeah.
maybe they're just not. Maybe we have like all day today is evidence about cocaine. Maybe that's going to happen.
I hope so.
And it might
I
make
hope
sense
there's some
then,
kind of evidence.
and then I'll have to eat my words. But that's all right. I can do that. I had some good advice when I was a kid. And they said, make your words soft and sweet. So when the time comes for you to eat them, they will taste good and be easy to chew. And I've tried to stand by that. So I've been wrong many times before. Yeah.
Oh, sure. And I'm not saying there was no. I just want to see it. I just hope by the end of this, when the jury gets this charge to consider, that there is any evidence. Like, I just want to see something beyond like pure speculation, because that's what it seems like to me so far. So I will happily accept any evidence of that, and then judge it based on that. But all right, Scott, thanks for your time, man.
Thank you, Callie. It's always great to talk to you. We'll see you.
All right, be well. Bye.
All right, wonderful comments this morning as we're getting set. We're about half an hour away from the beginning of the live court feed, and I'm thinking we're getting to the spicier parts. This is usually what we like to see, or what we see in the state's case, is they end with the most impactful witness. They lay the foundation first, then they end with the most impactful and sometimes the most controversial. So we're going to see what happens here.
Call from Tina. To accept.
Hey, this is RA. Was it PETA?
Oh, Tina.
Tina.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Tina, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been watching you since the Maya show, but I normally don't I normally don't call, but I was just thinking, just because I worked at the federal government and jobs that, we can't do drugs and stuff, it's because of what we do and the hangovers and stuff, even though it's legalized in California.
Right.
So I think for me, they're trying to bring it in so that they can say, hey, she may not be in the right mindset for the job that she's in. Yeah. So that's my thought.
I hear you. I also held a position with a security clearance, and any use of marijuana would void my security clearance.
Exactly.
So if I had a TDY, or if they sent me to Colorado or somewhere where it was legal, they're like, just before you go, just know, don't partake in any of the local festivities because that's a no-no federally still. But they're not doing that for this reason. It wasn't a federal restriction or order on them. It was, I think what you're right, that they were saying that she was possibly not focused, and that wasn't her. It was more of character, I guess, more character testimony than anything else about she just not being all in on the armor roll for some reason.
Exactly, and I think that might be why they brought in the drugs, so they can bring that in and say, hey, you probably won't convict her for this charge, but this is the why, she wasn't, doing well. And I know she's 24, but at the same time, I started working federal government and needing security clearance. And once I got my security clearance, I was like, okay, I have to be good. This is my job. I don't want to hurt anyone on my job.
Yep. I hear you. Great point, Tina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to say you're doing a wonderful job, and I love watching your channel.
Thank you, Tina. Thanks for the kind words. You have a great day. All right. Thanks for calling in.
Bye.
Bye. All right. We have just a few minutes here. Let's see if there's anything else we need to cover. I wanted to go over what happened yesterday. I'm not going to recap day 1 and day 2 very tightly or very closely. Day 1, well, I will. I'll make it brief if I can. So Hannah Gutierrez, if you're just joining us, she's being charged with involuntary manslaughter and evidence tampering. The phone's ringing, and you guys have such good input. Hang on one second.
Call from Witchy Mama.
Hey, Witchy Mama. And she hung up. Sorry. All right, we'll skip the phone for now. All right, so she's charged with involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. Both of those are 4th-degree felonies. Maximum penalty is 3 years in prison and $10,000 fine if they're served consecutively. If they go concurrently, then it won't. But the this is related to the fact that Alec Baldwin, while on set holding a firearm that she supposedly loaded, the firearm discharged and it struck and killed Helena Hutchins and also struck Joel Souza. Joel Souza recovered. And now that we've got these charges for Hannah, Alec Baldwin is also charged with involuntary manslaughter, and his trial begins in July, early in July 9th, I believe it is. So defense attorneys have said that she's just an easy target. They're sort of like picking on her because she was non-union, because she was female, because she was 24, sort of like a young armor, a very young armor, up and coming, and also they're saying that the whole set was just a mess, that the production crew, they were cutting corners to save time and money. They had an unsafe setting on the set where people were upset about what accommodations they had. They're upset about the safety, and people had just quit, and there was all this pressure to get things done in time. And basically, under all this pressure, she was not given enough time. That the 8 days that she was allotted, with 17 days of filming, 8 days of armor time is not enough to prepare. And she had that email is going to come in on the defense side. They're going to bring that in, that she had sent this email saying that she was not getting enough time, and it was a serious safety issue. Anyway, under all that situation, there was a mistake made. A live round, which shouldn't have been on set at all, made it into the gun, and the gun fired, and tragically, Helena was shot and killed, and Joel was shot and wounded with that one round. So defense is trying to point the finger of blame everywhere else but at Hannah, and they're doing a fairly good job at this point of pointing out that there's a lot of other people who are doing things that probably weren't the best for safety on the set. A lot of the testimony we've had from the police on day one was basically what happened on the scene, how they gathered evidence, some of the mistakes they made, and there were several mistakes. Also, a lot of ammunition, as far as, when I say ammunition, I'm talking about live rounds, dummy rounds, and blank rounds were collected and analyzed in depth, tons and tons and tons. And there's just all sorts of varieties of those that were analyzed. Day two, you've got a little more of the bullet analyzing happening. Let's see. You've got Christopher Tuke, who jammed the Henry lever action rifle because he doesn't know how to work it. Ryan Litzinger, who was a cameraman and videographer, he's the one that gave us behind the scenes and told us that Alec Baldwin was playing dead on a horse. There's 126 videos. We've only seen a couple of his. But they gave 126 videos of, I believe, of that day or around that time period. And we might see additional videos that might sort of open the door a little bit into that behind-the-scenes view of the pressure that was on the set. Jason Hawks analyzed the Cellbrite data, which was done by the Regional Computer Forensics Lab. And that's where we got the text messages. We got the information about Hannah and her dad and her lawyer, which all three of the messages were read in court about her trying to get a picture of the blanks they have at home. We also find out about the smoking session, the back and forth, and the text about the bag of snow, but it's not specifically spelled out. Day two, also, we had Catherine Walters, who goes by Roe. She worked on the Rust Cruise Unit production manager. She's over the day-to-day operations. She's the one that had the locks changed on the prop truck to make sure nobody could get in after there was an incident, and told us about the camera crew complaining about the safety issues. And Sarah Zachary, it keeps being brought up that Sarah Zachary possibly moved some ammo from the cart to the prop truck, and she might be more involved in loading the firearms on this set than we were led to believe. So her name is being thrown out there a lot by the defense. Day three, which was yesterday, we had Bryce Ziegler, who was the FBI firearms examiner. He tested the gun and ammo and x-rayed everything. Shannon Bryce was the FBI latent print examiner. She tested the ammo boxes and found that Hannah's fingerprints were on some of the boxes, and some of the fingerprints could match Hannah's, but weren't conclusive. She also admitted there was a mistake made in the fingerprinting because one of the boxes went to the testing guys before it went to the fingerprint guys, and so 8 of the fingerprints out of 10 on one box were from people inside the lab. Let's see, we had Robert Gillette, who was the FBI explosives analyst, who tested the gunpowder, and if that wasn't thoroughly gripping testimony, I seriously think he was, in his other life, he was Data on Star Trek. That man is an android. Smart, but he's able to deliver with zero personality. Let's see. Geraldine Conway was the expert forensic serology and DNA analysis. I can't remember on the DNA what we had a match on. I don't recall off the top of my head. Also, and then we ended the day with Ross Adiego. That's the one we were talking about. That's the dolly grip who is suing Alec Baldwin and the production company. So that brings us up to today, where when we start, we should have some testimony that moves on, because I think we're done with Ross. I think we finished Ross Adiego. Is Joel Sousa supposed to testify? I have not seen the complete list, Carol. All I know is I've got Ben Smith, Seth Kenny, and David Hall still on my list that haven't appeared yet. Did they finish the film? I know their intent was to finish the film. I'm not sure if they're done now or not. I've heard rumors that they have finished, but it hasn't released yet. All right. Did I miss anything key? We might have a medical examiner. Honestly, some of this testimony, I have to agree with some of the other analysis that's gone out there, whether it's Emily D. Baker or Ian Runkle. Some of this stuff is like, why are we hearing about this now with Hannah? What does this have to do with Hannah? We're getting testimony about things that just don't seem to match. Okay, Bria, I got your message. I'll work on that. We'll have to talk first, though. Off air. I heard they wrapped filming. I've heard the rumor. I just don't know. IMDb shows it as completed, says Richard Chambers. So the Internet Movie Database shows they have finished it. It has not been released, though, right? And will Hannah's name be on the credits? Ian last night was suggesting that they might have basically bought her name off the credits, or some sort of offer like that. If she gets convicted of either of these charges, a felony charge, I believe that will affect her status as her ability to purchase and own firearms. And as an armorer, that is key, because you are responsible for acquiring those firearms, and being in possession of them would be a violation of her parole status. So if she's convicted, her armorer days are numbered. If she is acquitted of these charges, I have to wonder if they're also numbered, because you've got a situation where she has turned on the people that hired her. Okay, she bit the hand that feeds, right? She's pointing the finger of blame at the production company, at an actor. It's like, I wonder if she's blacklisted. It might be difficult to find people who are willing to hire her, even if they, if they come out and they say, hey, yeah, there's, the safety issues weren't her fault for some reason. I don't think that would be the result, but I don't see how she can get back into this same business. Maximum 3 years, most likely 18 months is per charge. She can do props, but props oftentimes involve firearms. We learned yesterday that the prop ammo, meaning the dummy rounds, are props, and possibly even the blanks. So it's the handling of firearms might be an issue. Crow was released, made a ton of money too, says Melissa T. She wants to be a cinematographer. So I realize you could be a cinematographer and not have to handle firearms, and so legally that might be an option, but it's difficult to get to that point. I think you need to know a lot about the set to get to that point. So either she goes to school for that or gets experienced and works her way up. But might possible. Per EDB, this is all foundation. They have to show who created the evidence. So when the experts testify, they're reporting as is in evidence. Yeah, we're gonna get to some of the stuff that was admitted, like the videos and things like that, through the cameraman, that the experts will be able to talk about. So experts should be coming up soon. Shocked me about the bullets laying around, says Brenda Meyer. And yet people keep saying, why didn't she walk out? This is why, says Vicky. Let's see. see, I've got information about marijuana is legal in New Mexico. Are you talking about recreational or medicinal or both? I think recreational might be legal in New Mexico. Even if she's acquitted, if she's armor on set, insurance costs will become interesting. Yes, Mrs. Pronounced name. I have when I do a gig, like when I'm doing the audio visual for a convention or something, which I've got coming up next month. I have to have insurance. And that insurance, usually it's like $1 million of coverage for in case somebody gets hurt on my equipment or I break something in the building. And if I had claims, if I had situations where people were saying that I broke stuff, that insurance rate would go up.
Rain.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hi. Wow, I can't believe I'm doing this. Hi, Recovery Addict. My name's Rain.
Rain, how are you doing? Thanks for calling in. First time caller.
Yes, first time caller. I've never done this before. So
well, you're doing great. What's on your mind?
Well, just a couple of things. I was just listening to your commentary about how you think that Hannah's time as an armorer is numbered. I think she's already decided not to. I was watching the trial yesterday, and at the very end of it, you could tell she was shook. I mean, really shook. Yeah. Her hands were shaking, and she kept flipping through her little blue notepads and stuff like that. I think that Ross's testimony really got to her. She kept it together really well. She was blinking really, really hard, and I think she was fighting tears. I mean, I don't think that anybody can blame her for that. I think that she's a young girl that got in way over her head and did not think about the consequences of everything.
I was hearing from Ian Runkle. I listened to Ian Runkle yesterday as he was doing a wrap up and his take on this, and he said, "I can't tell you everything right now, but I've got some inside information that she still wants to go back after this to do armory work." And I don't know where he's got that, but I couldn't. I think that's probably right. I mean, it's sort of like in the family with her stepdad being so famous, and I think that's what she wants to do. But I don't know. She'll have to get a not guilty. In my book, she has to get a not guilty for that to even be a possibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but I don't know. Her reaction really spoke to me there, so I was just like, oh, poor girl.
At the beginning of the trial, she was like stone-faced. I mean, like nothing. She would turn and she would look, and that was it. And now we're getting a little more, mouthing. She's picking up the pen. She's doing a lot of writing. She's interacting with her lawyer more. We've seen her shake her head when her text messages were read, and even mouth some words. So she's definitely, it's getting to her more. She's feeling this more than, I mean, I felt at the very beginning. A lot of people said, "Oh, she's scared to death." I'm like, I don't see that. I see that she's like, whatever. This is.
I know a lot of people that are stone-faced myself. Uh-huh. So there's tells. Everybody has tells, and everybody has emotions. But that was something else I wanted to mention really quick, and I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Oh, go ahead.
The lawyer that was questioning Ross. I mean, everybody. I was on Emily D. Baker's stream watching on Replay Crew last night, and her reaction just cracked me up. But it was her jaw dropped. I cannot believe you're doing this. But I think that some of that was a reaction to the fact that that the prosecution kept getting information in that probably shouldn't have gotten in. She was trying to elicit testimony that was more of a expert's testimony. And so she kept pushing and pushing and pushing that foundation, trying to lay that foundation. And you could tell that the lawyer, Bowles, was getting frustrated.
Yeah.
Very frustrated.
I was frustrated with him.
That out on Ross.
Because I was frustrated with him because I think the judge made a bad call there. When you don't have an expert witness, they can't speculate. And I think there was a point where he even said, I'm not sure, or, well, I would guess that this, and then she I believe after that, she let it go further after he had already indicated that he was speculating. And there was an objection, and she overruled the objection. It's like, yeah, we all want to know the information. We all want to hear what he has to say, but if it's not admissible in court, you can't let it in. And him speculating would be just that. So it's.
So yeah, I think that Bowles got frustrated, and well, maybe he didn't hold it back and just took it out on Ross. Who was a person who definitely did not deserve it.
Well, he had to hit hard because Ross brought the heat with his testimony. I mean, he was pointing the finger of blame. He was, he's the closest we've seen to the scene, right? He's like right there. He saw what happened. He saw Hannah. He heard the exchange with the firearm. He watched everything go down. He saw the injuries. I mean, this guy, he's got firsthand experience all over on the set, plus years of experience on movie sets in general. And so he has a credibility about him when he talks about the movies and how things should be. I think that credibility was given too much weight, and he got to testify about things that were really outside of his expertise, more so than he should have. I think there should have been somebody else that could, not that the information was wrong. I don't think it was, but there should have been other witnesses that could be called, or other people that would be able to provide that testimony and have that be in their wheelhouse, instead of like, I'm a grip and I see these guys working all the time, I can tell you what their job is. That seemed like a bit of a stretch, and almost like they did treat him like an expert witness.
You know what I wish that Bowles had asked? I was like, please ask this, because he kept saying, okay, you talked to this person, you complained to this person, you went to this person. I really wish he had asked, did you ever talk to Hannah? Did you ever go up to this 23-year-old girl and say, hey, I don't think you're doing your job well enough. Could you please be a little bit more safe?
It's funny because when he was asked those questions about who do you talk to, he immediately went from, being the person who could point out and say everyone who was doing blame to, that's not my job. I'm not the guy who complains. I know my role and I perform in it. I don't question authority. I just put my head down and color, and so yeah, that was very interesting. It was telling at that point.
Yeah, I just wish that he had asked, did you ever ask Hannah? Did you ever talk to her about it? I wonder what the answer would be, and maybe there's a reason why Bowles avoided it. Maybe he didn't talk to her. I don't know. I was like, I want to know.
I honestly believe with him being the grip that he was and responsible for a camera crew, when you have people underneath you that you are directing, or you're literally in some cases putting them in the line of fire, right? So these are the people running the cameras in front of the gun. Okay. There's a responsibility. There's a safety obligation that you are responsible for them, that you are also looking out for their safety. And so I think he definitely did have an opportunity, or should have had an opportunity to raise his hand and say, wait, let's double check that. Are we sure we want to do it this way? I realize there's pressure against that. And that would be, it would be looked down upon on the scene, on this set particularly, if he did that. But I think that, if he looks at it honestly, that he would feel that he would have some responsibility there as well.
Complicated case.
It is. Rain, thank you. You did a great job. Great job. First time caller. Look forward to hearing from you again.
But thanks.
No, mine too, all day. So, thank you, Rain. Great to talk to you. We'll see you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep watching. Keep doing what you do. You're great.
You. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
A lot of people are asking about this. I would like to hear what happened with her requesting a new attorney. All I know, and I have not seen the documents on this, all I know is that there was an oral argument for an attorney to be released, and that was attorney Mr. Bullion. And he said, can I be released from this case? The judge issued a ruling saying, no, you can't, and you have to sit there on the defense table far from your client and not talk to her because she doesn't want to talk to you. And that's what we got. So he's there. He's no longer participating in the trial at all that we can tell. I don't think we'll see him cross-examine any witnesses. I'd be surprised if he still does. But the only thing I can think is the judge thought it would be problematic for the jury to see suddenly the lawyer just be gone It's like, what happened to the lawyer? It's the guy that questioned this witness. Where did he go? It would be weird to just have him disappear, and so she has him wait for the end of the trial to leave. All right. If you guys have any more information about that withdrawal from that lawyer or the reasoning behind it, obviously facts, not speculation, would be preferred. Just hit me up on the burner phone. I was going to say shoot me a text and hit me up on the burner phone. I almost said a mix of the two words, the shoot and hit, and that would have been bad. All right. The court is about 10 minutes away from possibly starting. They've been late every day. We need like the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland on the thumbnail because they've been late every day. I don't know. I'm worried about putting a rabbit on there. I'd like to recommend a small channel of a retired lawyer that came across as a very pleasant way of reviewing court. JD, a lawyer, explains. I've seen some of his stuff, Pauline. I've seen some of his stuff. It's awesome. There's some great YouTubers out there, and in the legal world as well. The all of LawTube, and there's just some incredibly talented individuals with great legal minds. Happy ending. It happened yesterday at lunch when the lawyer, when the ruling came down. I'm not sure if he had requested to be removed earlier, or if it was just in that moment. There's a chain of commands. They were under immense pressure to follow, and when they did complain, they were being threatened with losing their jobs. Let's see. White rabbit or March hare, both seem fitting. Which lawyer left? I came in late. Good morning. Lori, the lawyer that asked to withdraw was Mr. Bullion. He's the one that had the goatee. He's sort of been seated sort of off screen to Hannah's far right. The table goes down and then turns around the corner, and he's been around that corner. So he's sitting in that far corner. We rarely see that view, but hopefully today we'll at least get a glance of that courtroom and see him sitting there doing nothing. Ready for day 4. Jasmine, it's coming soon. Any second now. Let me actually get some more. Let me do some. Let's see. Oh, where do we want to go? Let's go right here. This picture is a little. I had to rekey this key so that my green shirt doesn't disappear in the shadows. And doing so, it made this part not work very well. You can see the little bugs. The key is not perfect. It took a lot of work to get it to this point, so my shirt wasn't transparent. But give me just 1 second. Let's get this pulled up. Okay. Okay, there's that one, that one. All right. I think we're all ready. Sorry, it takes a minute to get set. We don't have anything happening in court just yet. So let's see, we need 2, 3, there we go. This is what court looks like. We're just seeing the seal. The great seal from the great state of New Mexico. Oops, sorry, that was the wrong button. We'll dissolve back. You can pretend you're Susan Storm. Yes, I can go invisible. The shirt is beautiful. Thank you, Tammy, for the shirt, by the way. She made the shirt and put the logo on as well. She designed and had that added, so I appreciate that. As I jumped out of bed this morning, it was on the top of the clean laundry basket, and that's the one I grabbed. So I need to check and see how many days ago it was that I wore this, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't yesterday. It's clean now, either way. The original Bleach X, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Help yourself to the emojis and take a seat at the front of the class or the front of the courtroom by typing !seat. We are 1 day away from ABC 123, or one away. The 123, the ABC you're talking about, that is the Alec Baldwin counter. As you can see in the corner, we have a counter we've been counting since the beginning of the trial. How many times Alec Baldwin, or Alexander Baldwin has been mentioned. Those are all the variants that would equate to us hitting the 1-up button on the counter. But 122 times so far. The seal is tilted. I think it looks more tilted because of the lighting, and it's sort of offset off the wall. It's like a plexiglass with the spacers off the wall, so you get the shadow that makes it look a little funny. No audio yet in the courtroom. That's correct. We're waiting for audio to come in. His name was used a lot yesterday. We'll have a lot more. I think we're probably about halfway there as far as that goes. Kathy, good morning. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What was it you said this morning that had me rolling on the floor on your little your video? I was going to comment on it, and now it's completely escaped my brain because I have the memory of a goldfish. Kathy, it was funny to hear you call out what happened in court. And one day when I remember, I will compliment you specifically on that. Just a simple request for a Pickles update. The cat is doing fine. Fat and happy, I think is the term. Fat and happy. No? Sort of? What's wrong with the cat? My daughter says, the cat is sort of good. It just crossed the street, went inside a fence, and the neighbors have a dog inside that fence. So she's concerned for the cat. I think the cat is fast, and it can climb faster than the dog. So I think it'll be okay. Plus, it looks exactly like their cat, and the dog doesn't bother their cat. Okay, there was a verdict in the birthday trial yesterday? Yes, there was, Nancy. For those that followed, we followed day one of the murder trial in Judge Boyd's, the birthday party murder trial in Judge Boyd's courtroom. That was an incident where, a separate trial from this, completely unrelated, but we covered day one, and then this trial started, so we jumped to this trial. But we were covering that trial when we got testimony about what happened. It was a murder. It happened at the birthday party. The accused is the one with the birthday. There was a fight between him and his brother or brother-in-law or stepbrother or something like that. And the stepbrother ended up stabbed on the ground and died. And the birthday child ran away. And surprise, surprise, not guilty. Not guilty in that one. So that's interesting. The state did not prove the case. All right. I'm guessing the survivor, I think his name is Joel, may testify. He probably will, because he's got a unique perspective there. Okay. Oh, wow. Earthquake on the camera podium here. You should use Rob's pens to write things down you want to remember. I keep Rob's pen in my suit, which I wear on a fairly regular basis, and I do use it to write important things. Because he told me I had to use it. I couldn't just hold it, keep it on the stand that he shipped with it. I have to actually use it and use it for good. Otherwise, it becomes a cursed pen. Cats are ninjas. Yes, not guilty on the birthday trial is what I heard. I didn't watch that, but that came in the other day. Oh, we're getting a little bit of sound. It sounds like they're at least playing with the volume controls. Oh, is the gorilla incident on the Facebook feed? That's a good place for it to stay. With a great pen comes great responsibilities. I love that pen. It's a beautiful pen. Lady Writer, not always able to attend your lives, but just know I love and miss you all when I cannot attend live. Lady Writer, thank you so much. 11 months of support. We miss you when you're not here as well. And glad that you're here now with us. Thank you. TC from Sydney, Australia. Thanks for checking in this evening for you. I believe it's at least afternoon. All right. Let's see. Back from being outside with my 2-year-old. What did I miss? We just recapped a little bit, Britt Bottoms. We've done a few phone calls. We're just waiting for court to start right now. It's supposed to start this very second. We're 5 seconds late as we sit right here. So we'll see. We'll see if they begin roughly on time today. Let's see. Let's play with things and see how they work. I could sign report cards. All right. Not guilty does not equal innocent. Kathy, the editing for me is too much of like work. I just can't do it. I can only do lives. I can't make a video. Has the new attorney done anything that we've seen? Yes, she questioned the last witness. I think she questioned, well, not Ross. I think she questioned Geraldine Conway, the expert forensic serology and DNA analyst. This trial is supposed to last till March 8th, Britt Bottoms. It might end a little sooner because we have had several times during this trial where a lot of the evidence that would normally have to be admitted one piece at a time, that both sides have stipulated to, and it's been large batches of photographs, which those things can take hours to admit and lay the foundation for, and so that stipulation, I think we might have literally cut hours off the case. Just flipping around, no feed anywhere. Lady Ryder gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Lady Ryder. Appreciate your generosity. Are they 3 hours behind PA? They're mountain time, so I believe it's a 2-hour difference. Britt Bottoms, I've seen a little bit of the news on this one. Usually if it's a murder trial, best case scenario, it's 90 days out before anything really happens in court. And that's if they assert their right to a speedy trial. If they don't, it's usually a couple of years. Karina, I would be surprised if the state has anything beyond Friday this week. Maybe Monday. Tinkerloo, welcome. Let's see. I talk about Bruno says, thanks, Lady Ryder. Thanks for the gift. Appreciate that. 4 months, Bruno. Appreciate that. It starts right now. The court has been late every day. Every single day. Multiple times. Usually late start, late back from breaks, late back from lunch. The only thing it's not late about is working late. So... do you think Hannah will testify? Tequila Mockingbird, first of all, I love your name. I've said that before. But I differ from Pete Tragos on this one. Peter Tragos says she's like going to testify. 100% she's going to testify. I don't know if she will. I think it would be better for her not to. But I don't know. I can see it happening. Britt Bottom says, I think she has to testify. When is Baldwin's trial? July 9th is jury selection. It will be the same judge, the same courtroom. Let's see. Mama Grandma, welcome to the gallery. Appreciate your continued support. Valkyrie says, well, just notice the ticker talking about the ABC counter in the bottom right-hand corner. That's how many times Alec Baldwin's name has been mentioned in trial. A lot of that has been to point the finger of blame at him. A lot of that comes from the defense. They seem to bring it up more than the prosecution. What is this edit you speak of? I run my mouth and post. Easy peasy. One take every time. You are the one take wonder, Kathy. That is amazing that you can do that. typically I stop and reshoot my videos when I do make a video about 6 times before I get past just the "Hey guys" bit at the beginning. I can't start my videos. I don't know how to talk to somebody when there's nobody there. The court is on RI time. Ooh, too soon, Twubble. Too soon. They will not call Baldwin because if he testified in this trial, that what he says in this trial can be used against him in his trial. So if they were to call him, he would plead the 5th on this because that would be detrimental to the case against him. And when you know a witness is going to plead the 5th, usually you're not allowed to call them. I think she may testify if she thinks her defense hasn't done enough to give reasonable doubt. Let's see. 2 days ago, we were at 42 on the counter, and then we were up to 55 yesterday. So we've had quite a few of them. Maybe that was 3 days ago. Mindy says, "What is the burner number, or where can I find it?" The burner number is, I think only the mods. Oh, there it is. This is the burner number. 801-513-1160. Gets to my phone. I tried to answer it when we were not waiting for court, so I'm not sure if we'll have time right now because the judge will probably come in as soon as the phone rings. So, but that number can receive text messages as well, and I check them about once a month. No, just kidding. I try to stay up on them. There was a time when I responded to every single text, every message. I just can't do that now. There are some days I get over 150 messages or texts, or voicemails, and it's all I can do to try to keep up with them. Can Baldwin call Hannah in his trial even if in prison? Interesting proposition there. If she's found not guilty, she can't be tried again for the same charge, right? So because that's double jeopardy would apply. So there I can see, but why? How would that work? And why would she want to testify? I realize you can subpoena somebody who doesn't want to testify, but if she's not convicted, can they call her in his trial? I would say yes, they can. If she is convicted, they could call her as well and transport her from jail or prison, wherever she is, or if she's given probation instead. Kenny Peterson enjoyed Runkle last night on this. He's great. We'll try to take the call because the judge is...
Call from... To accept, press...
Hey, this is a Recovery Addict. Who's on the phone?
This is Catherine from Canada, Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Hey, Catherine from Canada. How are you doing, Catherine? We've got just moments
I'm a member.
Here.
I know. I'm a member, but you rarely see anything from me. I just want to say I feel very sorry for Hannah, but as a gun owner and a gun user, and having had guns in my home when my children were teenagers and growing up and learning how to use guns, the first thing is, when you take that gun home, when you take that gun in your hand, you're responsible for whoever touches it. That's the law in Canada.
Yeah, and the laws do differ a little bit from state to state. I don't know specifically on New Mexico.
Oh, I know, but I mean that's what Runkle says.
Yeah. He
and
knows.
I'm across the country from him, but basically, it's sort of the law of the land. Like you take that gun home, you better be prepared to take the consequences if it falls in other hands. But as far as being in her position, she doesn't have too many trees to climb because that was her job.
Yeah,
that's like a nurse.
It's hard to get beyond that when the responsibility does land on her personally. I realize it was a tough situation, but really, like, who else are you going to blame? I mean, if you're not blaming the armorer, okay?
I was a nurse for 40 years, and I was giving out medication, and I caught a couple of bad charts and I'm going, oh, no. That person can't have this.
Yeah.
So I had to go back to the doctor and get in a fight with him, and he finally came back and said, "Oh, you know what? You're right, because that would have killed her."
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I had to take my job, and I was only 23.
And you stood up. You saw something wrong, and you stood up against.
Well, I had to. I didn't want to kill her. Yeah. You know, I knew. I'm looking at the paper because people make mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, and in the end result, like, I became very close to this doctor, and he said, you know, you saved her life and you saved my job, and I'm thinking I may save my own neck.
Yes. Now you get a promotion out of it. So.
Yeah, I got stuck with him for 25 years.
No good deed goes unpunished, right?
I'm telling you, yeah. But anyhow, you have a nice day.
Thank you, Catherine.
when are you coming up to Nova Scotia?
How's the fishing?
Oh my God, it's awesome. I live in Halifax, like I live on the ocean.
Are you free this afternoon? I haven't fished in so long, and I love it.
I don't have a boat this weekend, but if you come a little later after May, I do have access to a nice fishing boat.
Oh, wow! Do you have room for about 2,600 of my closest friends?
No,
because
I only have room for 3. That's all my son will let me take out.
Catherine, thank you so much. Appreciate the call. I love hearing.
Nice talking to you.
Yep.
I'll try to get in the chat once in a while. I'll make my membership useful.
Excellent. Thank you, Catherine. We'll see you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Love the Canadian accents. Isabel Jones says, hello, RA and chat. Had a bit of a break after the Crumbly trial, but this one has pulled me back in. Crumbly was a tough one. And I realize Crumbly's about to start again. James Crumbly is coming up. Basically, when this one ends, James Crumbly's begins. And part of me is very curious about how that one's going to go down. But other parts of me just doesn't want to go there. Dog Mom says, love to RA family and this community. Thank you very much, Dog Mom. I wanted to jump back to Quality RN's question. Do you think anyone from OSHA will testify at the root cause they found during investigations and systemic failures? I don't think so, mostly because OSHA is like an outside body that's not the police. So the investigative work that they do isn't done through the detectives, and that we rarely see the reports that come from these sort of groups, and it may come in like a civil suit. I could see that a little bit more likely, but I don't think we'd see it in criminal. All right. Motion to eliminate the OSHA report was excluded. There we go, Valkyrie. Thank you very much. It's specifically ruled out. All right. Judge is late. Court is late. I want to know first if it was 100% her this time or if Sarah loaded it. Vicky, this is a great point because we know now through testimony that there was at least one point on the set where a firearm had an accidental discharge with Sarah being the person that loaded it, who was the in charge of props. I would love to know if that gun at that time was supposed to be loaded with blanks or was supposed to be loaded with dummies. Because if it was supposed to be loaded with dummies and they had an accidental discharge, that means it was most likely a live round that was fired and didn't hit anybody. And if that happened 2 times on the set, wow. Fishing in Nova Scotia is amazing. Kitty Cat, I would love to fish Nova Scotia and Canada, just in general. Alaska, it's on my bucket list, but I know that once I do that, I will be ruined for fishing anywhere else. I've already fished a little bit in Norway in the fjords. I loved that as a kid, but did a little bit out in the ocean as well. But if I catch really big fish, then I just can't go back to catching bait. Anna says OSHA wasn't ruled out. They can bring it in. I'll have to get some clarification if there was a motion to eliminate that ruled that out. Aline Reed says, fellow Nova Scotian here, sitting at Lawrencetown Beach, listening and watching. We're going to need pictures, Aline. Let's see. I don't blame the grip for having the lawsuit. 3 discharges on one set is wrong, and a lot of times things happen. Mom of 3, it cut you off a little bit. The motion was denied. Maybe my memory's off. Maybe we'll see the OSHA stuff. Mathis, we did start a little early. We like to do a recap on what happened the day before, but now we're late, basically. Court is late. Just pining for the fjords. Man, the fjords are beautiful. I would have to say that I learned how to fish on the fjords of Norway as a child with family that spoke Norwegian, and so I could barely understand them through their thick accent when they spoke English, but jumping out on bundles of logs that had been floated down for the lumber mill, and jumping out on those on the fjords and fishing between the gaps in the logs and catching trite, which is like perch. Oh my goodness, that was good fun. I don't remember ever eating one of them. I don't remember eating a single bit of fish, but watching my grandpa clean the fish and the cats eat all the bits that we didn't. That was good fun. My uncle would catch the fish by without any worm. He'd just use a hook and a line, and he'd dangle his line, and he'd talk to the fish. And he'd talk to them onto the hook. He'd talk them onto the hook and would catch them without any bait whatsoever. Impressive. All right, fun memories. Did I mention, if I haven't, that it was in Norway as a child that I took second place in beauty contests? You thought that card only existed in Monopoly on chance, but no, I actually did take second place in a national photo contest, which I consider a beauty contest. I lost to a little nest of birds. So, there you go. All right. Only a few times. I've told this story a few times. I'm sending my husband on a 3-day fishing trip for our 10-year anniversary. I see that the key word here, Cass, is you are sending. Not that I'm taking, but I'm sending. It's like, for your anniversary, I'm getting rid of my husband for 3 days. that is an awesome gift, especially if he likes fishing. And maybe a little bit of peace and quiet for yourself as well. So, Mary Miller comes in with the super chat. I believe they can't admit OSHA report as evidence, but it can be used by experts. They still have to go through the voir dire with the director. It'll be interesting to see if that comes in and what they found exactly. Kay Bittner, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member here. Kay Bittner, help yourself to the emojis. If you type !seat in chat, like Polar Bear Lover right here did, you can take a seat on the front row. We have reserved seating for members. Plus, you get out of the slow chat sentence where you're limited to chatting every X number of seconds. Members have no such restrictions. Google the fjords. There's no way to describe them in a YouTube chat that would do it injustice. The beauty is incredible, unbelievable. Dusty, when I was over there, I think we spent, I don't know how many weeks, like 8 weeks. We spent a summer over in Norway as a family. And when I was over there, the neighbor kid, whose name was Paul, that's the only word I knew. It didn't speak much English that I knew of as well. He would go up there and he would dive with a spear gun. He used like surgical tubing and a homemade spear gun, and he'd dive in the water and shoot fish in the fjords, which is freezing cold. But it was fun. He'd ride his bike up there. We'd go up there and watch him. Loved the time up in Norway. Even though I caught chicken pox and had to stay in bed for like a week and a half. All right, Karen Fonseca. I can't say your last name, Karen. Have you ever went noodling? So much fun. Karen, I have noodled for trout. I do know what noodling is. It's where you basically are, teasing the fish into your hands and then you catch them that way. Usually it's done with catfish. That's what you typically noodle for. But I've noodled for trout and ended up getting bit by the trout because apparently my fat little fingers look like tasty little worms. And trout have teeth and tear, and especially in the cold streams where I was doing it, they're quite a little vicious. They're like mini piranhas. SF in Texas gifted a membership. Thank you, SF in Texas, for your generosity this morning. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. All right, I think we have court is beginning. Let's see if we can get a feed here. No sound yet, so I'm just watching. One of the feeds has got a view, but I'm waiting for another one here. So let's go to...
Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Heather Gerald.
All right.
We're going to jump to a different feed and jump back in time just a little bit so I can get the audio much better than what we have right here. Because this one is terrible. Let's pause this here. As we wait for the doctor to come into the court and the jury and everybody else, it'll be just a second. There's Hannah. Court looks a little bare behind her, not a ton of people. Let's see, what do we have? Okay, we're back. Just a couple minutes. The audio was fine. Yeah, trust me, I can do more with the audio if I route it this direction to take out awful sound.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Heather Gerald.
All right.
Everyone's getting set for the day. Show Hannah here one more time, and then we'll be synced up. Need to sync up all the different feeds for redundancy issues. There we go. All right, she is not in custody. She's out free. I do run the audio through a Fairlight audio mixer to take out
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
audio that's unfavorable
You
for
swear
your
affirm
ears.
under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Ian, welcome. Loved your show last night. Great analysis. Great to have you with us this morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Heather Gerald.
And what's your current occupation?
Jarrell.
There you go.
I'm the Chief Medical Investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Great. And what are your primary responsibilities as the Chief Medical Examiner at OMI?
I oversee the operations of the OMI, including approximately 200 employees and the forensic pathologists who are there. In addition, I also perform autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Great. Can you give us a brief explanation about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Then I went to medical school at Mercer University School of Medicine in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. Then I completed a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology. Then I completed a fellowship, which was a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology at the same institution, and I'm board certified in neuropathology. And then lastly, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic pathology is?
A forensic pathologist performs autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
And what about anatomical pathology?
A person who is an anatomic pathologist can perform autopsies usually in a hospital setting to determine what caused death. But they also can determine, like, for example, if you have surgery and have something removed, let's say a cancerous lesion, the pathologist is the one who determines what type of cancer it is or disease it is.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I have performed and supervised over 3,500 or 3,500 examinations, plus about 500 neuropathology consultations.
And have you had any training
She's quite
specific
qualified.
to injury analysis?
Can you be more specific?
Just training in terms of determining how an injury may have affected an individual's body and how that may have contributed to the person's death?
Yes, that would be included in my forensic pathology fellowship.
Great. And have you ever testified in court as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
More than 50 times.
Great.
She's an expert.
And have you rendered opinions in prior cases regarding homicides that involved guns?
Yes.
All right. And does this include testifying to the entry and exit of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I'd move the court to recognize Dr. Gerald as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Gerald, would you explain to the jury exactly what is an autopsy?
An autopsy examination consists ultimately of 2 parts, both an external examination and an internal examination. In the external examination, we document, features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color, weight, and stature. But we also document any injuries that we see externally. We take measurements of those injuries and we classify those injuries. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination. I also neglected to mention that during the external examination, we collect trace evidence in suspicious cases. That might include fingernail clippings and hair samples. The internal examination consists of blood collection for toxicology when applicable, and looking at every internal organ individually to look for injury, and again classifying that type of injury, and also looking for natural disease findings. We also make microscopic slides as a result of that internal examination, which we analyze by looking through a microscope, and we form a final report with the ultimate goal of determining the cause and the manner of death.
Thank you. And does every person who dies receive an autopsy?
No.
So how do you determine whether or not you're going to perform an autopsy?
An autopsy, I'll back up and explain that a little bit more. Within the state of New Mexico, the OMI is notified of all sudden and unexpected deaths. And for cases that are non-natural, there are certain circumstances where the OMI will take jurisdiction. And so in the case of deaths resulting from gunshot wounds, this is an example where the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, will take jurisdiction. And in possible homicides, the OMI will perform an autopsy.
Thank you. Can you explain to us what is the intake process when a body arrives at OMI? What is that intake process like?
When a body arrives at the OMI, The body is received in a sealed body bag, so that chain of custody is maintained from the scene to the OMI to ensure that no one's tampered with anything inside the body bag. We break the seal, and we have a machine at the OMI called a CT scanner, just like in a hospital if you have to get a CAT scan. And the body at the OMI receives a full body CT scan. This allows us to have a look inside the body before we actually open the body. For gunshot wound cases, it lets us know if there's a gunshot wound track and if there is a retained projectile. And so that is the beginning of the intake process.
Thanks. And I'm going to get into some greater detail about the CT scan in this case and further questions. But right now, describe to us as part of the intake process, is it typical for sometimes for items to arrive along with the decedent's body?
Yes.
So what might arrive?
Per our state statute, anything present on the body should come with the body. In this case, there were personal belongings that included clothing that came present with Ms. Hutchins' body.
Great. Do you gather any statements prior to conducting an autopsy?
If law enforcement is present to view an autopsy, which is not uncommon, I will usually ask if they have any questions before I start, and I will communicate autopsy findings to anyone who is there to view autopsy. We also, before I issue cause and manner of death, when relevant, will review law enforcement reports.
So you mentioned kind of the external examination. Is there another step to the autopsy process?
There is the internal examination.
Right. And can you explain what that is briefly?
During the internal examination, we make an incision on the chest and the abdomen to look at the internal organs. We also make an incision on the head and remove part of the skull to look at the brain.
As part of the external examination, what sort of things are you looking for on the outside of the decedent's body?
On the external examination, again, we're looking at certain physiological characteristics or physical characteristics of the decedent, but we're also looking for any injuries that might be present. And again, we take measurements of those and we classify what type of injury they are.
And how do you document the external examination?
The external examination is documented. I typically use a body diagram and I make notes. If there's any tattoos, I'll document where those are. And then if there's any injuries, I'll document on a body diagram what type of injuries they are.
And do you take photographs as part of this?
Yes.
Thank you. And let's talk now a little bit more detail about the internal examination. How do you proceed about conducting an internal examination?
How much detail do you want?
Just give me an idea in terms of, are you looking for whether the death was caused by an injury versus a natural disease? Just kind of a high-level description of what you're looking for.
Yes, the combination of the external examination and the internal examination are looking at any documented natural disease or injuries. If there are injuries, do they account for death? Is there any natural disease that accounts for death? And again, when we perform toxicology, is there any toxicological cause of death or contributory factors to death?
And as part of that, do you ever collect samples of tissue or fluids?
Yes.
And can you explain that process?
Yes, we typically will collect blood to perform toxicology in certain cases to determine if that caused death or contributed to death. As I mentioned before, we also collect hair samples, other blood samples that could be used for DNA testing if needed later, and we collect fingernails, clippings for what we call a so-called homicide workup.
I think it's important to have an expert like this that's able to speak in a way that people understand, and she's doing a great job.
Yes.
And who conducted that autopsy?
I did.
Great. What was the date of that autopsy?
The autopsy was performed on October 22nd, 2021.
Great. And how did you identify the decedent as Helena Hutchins?
I believe she was identified by a visual identification. We can also do comparison to identification, like a driver's license.
Great. And what was your role in this particular autopsy?
I was the person who conducted the full autopsy.
Great.
So I'm the person who did the external examination and the internal examination, wrote the report, and certified cause and manner of death.
Great. So it was you who was ultimately responsible for issuing the findings?
Yes.
Great. Did you review all of the photographs related to the autopsy to form your opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you able to render an opinion regarding the cause and manner of death for Mrs. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion for cause of death?
Death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest.
And what was the manner of death?
I certified the manner of death as accident.
And can you explain why you classified it as an accident?
Yes. I classified the manner of death as accident. Well, let me back up to go to a homicide is classified as a volitional act caused by another to cause fear, harm, or death. Intent is not always needed. It is a common element, but is not always needed. Conversely, for an accident to be applicable, what must not be present is an intent to cause fear, harm, or death. Looking at the material that was available to me through law enforcement reports, it was apparent to me there was no obvious intent to cause death. It doesn't mean there's no negligence or so on, but it means there was no intent to cause death. Additionally, there are medical examiners across this country that would have certified the manner of death in this case as homicide. However, reviewing the material that was applicable to me, it is clear that there was a belief on the set that the firearm was not loaded with live ammunition. And based on that belief, and this scenario being much different than what we see in other medical examiner cases for firearm-related deaths, I felt that the manner of death was best classified as accident. And thirdly, there has been somewhat of a precedent set in a previous movie set shooting death where the manner of death was classified as accident.
Great, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier when you first started your testimony that you sometimes perform a CT scan on the decedent's body. Did you perform one in this case?
Yes.
And what did that scan reveal?
The scan revealed that there was no significant natural disease for Ms. Hutchins. It also demonstrated a gunshot wound track. It demonstrated that there was medical intervention prior to her death in the form of surgical intervention that was conducted at UNMH or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And it also demonstrated that there was no retained projectile within Ms. Hutchins' body.
Thank you. When Ms. Hutchins first arrived at OMI, do you recall what she was wearing?
She was wearing undergarments and she was wrapped in a hospital blanket.
Okay. Did any clothing arrive with her?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, there was a jacket, or I classified it as being a jacket. And there was also a pair of tights and a pair of pants.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 113 and 114. They're photographs, and they've been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
May I publish them?
Okay, we just a content warning. Right. These are medical examiner photographs. We don't know what's going to be shown here. If we can do a exclamation CW in chat, that would be great. This is an important part of the case. They have to prove that a death occurred. So thank you, Ireland's Princess, for that. How much detail do we want?
Is there an image on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be the jacket that arrived with Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
Did you do any examination of this jacket?
I did a visual inspection.
And why did you do that?
For firearm-related fatalities, we look for defects of the clothing that correspond to any gunshot wounds on the body. In particular, we will look at the defect that corresponds to the gunshot entrance wound, and we look for visible soot or dark particulate material that would help us indicate a range of fire.
And did you find any of that on this jacket?
No.
Okay. And so what kind of conclusion can you draw from the absence of gunpowder or that kind of thing?
The absence of soot, unburned gunpowder particles, and gunpowder stippling on the clothing and or body would indicate a distant or an indeterminate range of fire. Indeterminate range of fire would be applicable if there is an intermediate target, meaning that the projectile went through something else before it struck Ms. Hutchins. There was no indication that the projectile went through anything before it struck Ms. Hutchins, and therefore the range of fire is best classified as distant.
Great. And just to be clear, when you say distant, can you put some actual measurements to that, perhaps in feet?
It's difficult to say, but what we generally say very conservatively is that to get the best idea of the actual distance of the firearm to Ms. Hutchins' body would be to do a examination or sorry, the word has left me. A firearm test where you test the actual firearm with the actual ammunition to try to get the range of fire. However, generally speaking, in forensic pathology, we can estimate that distance roughly to be about 2 feet or greater.
2 feet or greater.
Yes.
Thank you. If you look at your monitor, I put up States Exhibit 114. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the pants that were received along with Ms. Hutchins' body.
And were you able to make any findings or determinations on the basis of these pants?
There were no defects that were significant. The clothing had been partially cut or cut due to resuscitative efforts, but there's nothing significant from my point of view with regard to the gunshot wound.
Great, thank you. And you've mentioned the gunshot wound, so let's talk about that. How many gunshot wounds were there?
There were 2.
What injuries were you able to observe externally?
There was a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region, and there was a gunshot exit wound on Ms. Hutchins' back just below the left scapula or the left shoulder blade area.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 115, 116, and 117. These have also been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
And may I publish those?
Yes.
Dr. Gerald, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph before Ms. Hutchins' body was cleaned, which I typically
I'm going to cut away just in case they show this. I don't think
gunshot
they're going to show it.
And the reason why I do this is because things like soot can wipe off. And so I like to take photographs before the wound is clean that demonstrates that there is no soot surrounding the entrance wound. You know. But what is depicted in this photograph is a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region. Surrounding the entrance wound is an abrasion or a scratch
so I'll be able to catch
that is likely due to the positioning of Ms. Hutchins' arm when she was shot. And so that's just an abrasion that was caused by the projectile as it entered the armpit area.
Thank you.
We're not going to show the pictures of.
And you also mentioned
Helena's body. And if they show them, I don't think they will, but if they accidentally do, I'm not going to show them.
Yes, this is the gunshot exit wound, which was left of the midline, left of Ms. Hutchins' midline on her back, below the left shoulder blade. It does show, and this is again before it has been cleaned, which again is a standard practice. But this is the exit wound. It has some bruising around the exit wound that was probably caused by medical intervention and placement of of a plastic
Seal.
device to help render medical aid.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up States Exhibit 117, and this may help you explain. I know you tried to explain where the exit wound was in terms of her back, so this may give the jury a little bit better idea of where that was. But just to be clear, this is the same exit wound as from the previous picture, correct?
Yes.
And do you notice anything different or remarkable in this picture that you didn't already discuss in the previous one?
No, it just gives a better orientation.
Great, thank you.
Your Honor.
They're going to approach. Hannah has only briefly glanced at these images. You can tell this is difficult for her to see this. The image is still on the screen, and she's trying to avert her eyes as much as possible. This is true. We've learned from experience. I've made many mistakes in the past. We've learned from experience that a lot of times people come to this live stream because they want a safe place where they won't be attacked and that they can watch this. And oftentimes we have family members of victims and things in chat, and because of that, I've chosen not to show those pictures. I realize we're all adults, we can handle it. If the pictures are out there, you can find them. In this case, I don't think the pool photographer will be showing them at all. But either way, I've got a 5-second delay on, so I'll be cutting away. Court TV says they won't show the autopsy photos. Yeah, even if there's an accident, I'll be cutting that away from that. But not sure what the sidebar was regarding.
All right. Dr. Gerald, based on the examination and your review of the photographs, were you able to track the path of the projectile from where it entered Ms. Hutchins' chest and where it exited?
Yes.
And can you explain that path?
Yes, the projectile entered through the right armpit area. It missed the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the arm. It entered the right aspect of the chest into the right chest cavity. It injured some of the blood vessels that travel along the ribs, broke some ribs, or broke one rib, went into the right lung, and exited the right chest cavity just adjacent to the vertebral column. It went through the spinal cord and traveled through the soft tissue of the back before exiting.
And as part of that examination, did you use what's called a trajectory rod?
Yes.
And what does that help you do?
The trajectory rod just simply shows the pathway, the general pathway that the projectile took through the body from the point of entrance to the point of exit. And that trajectory with respect to Ms. Hutchins' body is front to back, right to left, and downward.
And were the injuries that Ms. Hutchins suffered to her internal organs consistent with being shot?
Yes.
And of the injuries that you described, which of those can be lethal?
There was documented in medical record there was over 1 liter of blood present in the right chest cavity when Ms. Hutchins arrived to UNMH, or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And so that indicates significant blood loss within the chest cavity, and the injury to the right lung was also lethal.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned earlier that you took tissue samples for toxicology testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were the results of those toxicology tests?
The toxicology was negative for alcohol and common drugs of abuse.
Okay. Nothing further?
All right, we will get some cross-examination, I think, on this one, but it'll probably be fairly limited.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, I first want to ask you about your classification. Now, you've been doing autopsies You said, I think, 33,000 or 3,500?
Yes.
It's going to focus on the accidental versus homicide.
How many years have you done autopsies?
I came to the OMI straight out of fellowship in August of 2014.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes.
And you are very familiar with the classification system, whether it be a homicide or accident, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you ruled the cause and manner of death to be accident.
Yes.
And in a homicide, your definition you gave was to rule it a homicide, it has to be a volitional act caused by another to cause death, correct?
Yes.
And volitional means purposeful?
No.
What does volitional mean?
Volitional volitional means a voluntary act. It doesn't mean that there is it doesn't always mean there's intent. You don't need intent. So something as simple as pulling a trigger could be the volitional act.
Okay, but in this case, you reviewed reports and you got information, and based on that, your determination was that this was an accident.
Yes.
And when you said accident, I think you described that as what must not be present is intent to cause death.
There should not be intent to cause fear, harm, or death. Okay. That's correct.
So in the materials you read and the information you reviewed, you did not find an intent to cause death by anybody?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to that classification, that is an official state of New Mexico ruling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that is an accident?
Yes.
Okay. I know in your notes that you documented the approximate time of the incident was about 13:48, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is 1:48?
Yes.
Okay. And then you documented that Ms. Hutchins arrived at the hospital approximately 15:20, is that right?
Yes.
And that is 3:20?
Yes.
Now, that is approximately an hour and a half delay, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that she was being attended to by EMT personnel and there was a helicopter waiting to take her to the hospital, is that right?
Yes.
And do you have any idea why there was a delay in the hospital taking her?
No.
Okay. Now, during your findings, you did a CT scan before your external examination, correct?
Yes.
Did you find evidence of prior medical intervention from Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was that evidence of medical intervention?
She had been intubated. The intubation was actually in the wrong place. It was in the esophagus. It was removed when she arrived at the hospital, but she was also re-intubated into her esophagus and not into the airway. She had also had surgical intervention. So they had opened up the chest cavities on both sides due to the presence of a gunshot wound. They had also opened up the protective covering surrounding the heart to try to do what they call manual cardiac massage to restart the heart. It's my understanding that she was pulseless upon arrival and non-responsive and not breathing.
You said that she had an intubation and another intubation. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were both in the esophagus?
Yes.
Now, an esophageal intubation can be a dangerous situation, correct?
It's an ineffective way to respirate someone or to establish air.
And in fact, can that potentially cause an anoxic situation, lack of oxygen to the brain?
Well, the injury itself is what causes the anoxic situation, but the intubation into the esophagus isn't giving adequate airway establishment.
Because, doctor, when you do the intubation, you're trying to get it into the bronchus, correct?
Yes.
And the bronchus, can you tell the jury what the bronchus is?
The bronchus, the main stem bronchus is the main airway that goes to both lungs. It eventually divides into a left and right bronchus, and it goes to each lung.
And so by putting it in the esophagus, that is basically sending oxygen into the stomach.
Yes.
And part of your notes, I know you indicated that Ms. Hutchins was complaining of shortness of breath.
Yes.
And so an intubation into her esophagus would not have assisted with that, with helping her to get that oxygen.
That's correct.
Did you also find on your CT examination that there was a chest needle that was tried to put in.
They attempted to put in a central line, which means you're trying to get fluid to in the most effective way possible. Because of her situation, they had to put blood products directly into her heart.
And did that, based on your review of that CT exam, it looked like it did not go in properly?
No, it was in the heart.
Oh, it was.
I believe it was.
Okay. So that wasn't a shallow insertion?
I couldn't tell that based on the autopsy or the CT.
Okay. So the esophageal intubation, do you know who performed that? Do you know who did that?
I do not.
The CPR efforts you observed, do you know who performed those?
Not off the top of my head, no. I would have to review the medical records.
Based on everything that you saw as a medical doctor, had this not taken an hour and a half, had Miss Hutchins received more timely medical intervention, could she have possibly survived these wounds?
That's difficult for me to answer that question because I'm not a doctor who treats gunshot wounds in the chest, and I have a very skewed view regarding the lethality of gunshot wounds. So that's outside my purview.
When you were interviewed, didn't you say she possibly could have survived?
Potentially, but I'm not the best person to ask for that question because I don't treat patients.
I like her comment.
Okay, but
I have a very skewed view of
Yes.
the lethality of gunshot wounds. She said, I have a very skewed view of the lethality. I love how she said that. Of gunshot wounds. The reason why is basically everyone that has a gunshot wound that she sees is dead. That's what she's saying. I have a very skewed view of the lethality of gunshot wounds. Because as a medical examiner, you don't get to examine people who are shot and survive. But I love, that's just like, I imagine that she has that in like vinyl letters on her wall. That's what I'm picturing. I've got a very skewed view of the lethality of gunshot wounds. Great witness. I think there were a couple things that the defense was trying to get her to wade into, specifically in this breaking news that we've just heard. I haven't heard before, at least in court, that there were some errors that were made or mistakes that were made during the EMT, the emergency treatment. Intubation that went down her esophagus instead of bronchial. So the air, it's going the wrong area. It's not getting oxygen to her lungs. He says there was something wrong with the direct needle insertion where they're trying to get blood straight to her heart, like injecting blood into her heart to keep the flow of blood there. They've also, I mean, they're literally open up her chest cavity and are manually pumping her heart. Her heart is in their hands. They're trying to. These are extreme life-saving measures.
Dr. Gerald, what was your
very
determination as to the cause of death of Helena Hutchins?
Her death was caused by a gunshot wound of the chest.
Thank you. And you said that you performed this autopsy on October 22nd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And her date of death was October 21st. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you had approximately 1 day's worth of investigative materials available for you to review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. By court order, the photographer is not allowed to publish any of the OMI pictures. Those are the autopsy photos, the 3 exhibits of the autopsy, and that's the order is either direct or picking up it indirectly. All right, next witness.
That's a good catch. Hopefully nothing went out already.
The state calls Stephen Orr.
A little delay. That should have been sorted out beforehand. That means it can't be in the background on the screen like she has a picture of Hannah looking at the computer and the autopsy pictures on the picture. That wouldn't be allowed either. They say Orr was the name. Was it Stephen Orr?
Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Is he wearing a trench coat or is that a suit coat?
I'm not going to show the photo immediately, but we're going to need to put it up there shortly.
It's going to be another
Sir,
photo.
go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Orr.
How are you currently employed?
I'm with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And what position do you hold at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Civil Division.
How long have you been employed there?
In the Civil Division or with the Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office.
Talks really
Just over
fast.
15 years.
And do you have law enforcement experience prior to going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I'm retired from the Albuquerque Police Department.
How long were you with the Albuquerque Police Department?
From 1990 to 2004.
And did you become involved in this case somehow?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this case?
On October 28th of 2021 at about 3:01 p.m., Sergeant Chris, for whatever reason, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day, but Sergeant Chris Zook found me in the office. He knows my firearms background and asked me to take a look at a rifle that they were having trouble clearing.
What's your firearms background?
I became a firearms instructor in 1991. I'm currently a master firearms instructor in law enforcement with handgun, rifle, patrol rifle, and shotgun. I'm a master hunter education instructor. I became a hunter education instructor in 2000. Currently a master instructor for hunter education. I'm an armor in Glock pistol, AR-15 platform rifle, bolt action rifle, and police shotgun.
You know a little bit about guns.
A little bit.
I think it was maybe October 27th. On October 27th, were you asked to assist with this case?
I thought it was the 28th, but it could have been the 27th. But
it might have been the 28th that you got involved.
That I got involved, yes, because at the scene of this incident, I was not involved. I just, once again, happened to be at the office that day, and Sergeant Zook, knowing my background, just simply asked for some assistance.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 10.
Thank you, Buttercup. I missed this one when it came in. I just saw it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it on the other monitors. Oh, I'm sorry. It's already been entered into evidence, so I think we can publish it. Let's go ahead and do that.
George needs to push the button to release.
Do you recognize that?
It didn't come up, but it flashed for a moment before, but yes.
You don't have it in front of you?
No, ma'am.
The state has been perpetually in a fight with technology throughout this court.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize
it's the
that?
Henry. It's the Henry.
Where did that come from, and how did you end up in possession of it?
Once again, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason for the third time. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day.
Does that have an octagonal barrel?
Sergeant Zook, who was at the time the sergeant of the Criminal Investigation Division, asked me to take a look at this rifle. Apparently, there were some cartridges that were stuck in the gun, and he didn't know how to clear it, so he asked me to clear it for him. So to answer your question, what I'm looking at here is a Henry Patton Allen Arms 4440 lever action rifle.
So let me ask you, was the gun jammed?
It was jammed, yes.
Why was the gun jammed?
Well, first of all, let me explain the difference between a jam and a malfunction. Okay, a malfunction is something that can be readily cleared by the operator of the firearm. A jam is something that's going to take an armor or possibly even a gunsmith to take it apart. What happened with this particular firearm here? There was a cartridge of the wrong size, the wrong diameter, entered into the tubular magazine of the gun, and as Sergeant Zook was trying to eject the rounds, probably by, I'm only guessing because I wasn't there, by moving the lever action back and forth to eject the rounds from the gun, the round of the wrong caliber wouldn't chamber into the firearm, so then it couldn't be ejected.
So did the gun jam because Sergeant Zook was manipulating the lever action, or did it jam because there was a wrong caliber bullet in there, or cartridge rather?
Well, the cartridge wouldn't properly chamber, so since it couldn't properly chamber, it couldn't properly eject. So that's what caused the jam.
So can you explain to the jurors how that gun would have been able to receive a cartridge of the wrong caliber to begin with?
Yes. Do they have a picture of this gun in front of them?
They do.
Okay.
And your monitor has arrows and all kinds of stuff. I'm not an expert at using that, but
Okay, this right here, you'll see, I don't know how to use the arrow here.
He's an armorer. He's not a bow and arrow expert. But
okay.
Quick bow and arrow course, and we'll have some. Oh, he's drawing all over the place.
There's a lever right here that you can see, and you move this lever forward, all right, to the front portion.
Objection. Yeah. Now we have a red underline on the barrel, and it should not be there. Should not be there. All right, a smart guy. I'm just seeing here. Looking at this firearm. Did they say Allen Arms Company? Is it Allen Arms? Is this a replica? I might need Ian to weigh in on this. If this is a Allen Arms Company brand, it's not a true Henry. It might be a replica of a Henry. But I'm not familiar if Henry Rifles includes Allen Arms in its name. Henry Repeating Arms.
proceed, sir.
Okay, the way this gun is loaded, all right, there you can see right here this little tab. Okay, it's held back by spring tension. You overcome spring tension by moving it forward, and the front of this gun here has about the last 3 or 4 inches will rotate sideways, opening up what's called a tubular magazine. All right, a tubular magazine, for lack of a better term, is like a fat metal straw. Okay, and the cartridges can be dropped down into that tubular magazine. Now, the diameter of the magazine tube is wide enough to accommodate slightly larger than caliber ammunition, and that is what happened in this case. Once the tubular magazine is loaded, then the fore portion of the muzzle is closed up, and the rifle can be cycled by lever action. And what you have down here is the lever action, which basically is the action of the gun, hence the name lever action.
So the .45 caliber cartridge was fit in that, did you call it a loading tube, or?
It's a tubular magazine.
Tubular magazine. But the .45, because it was the wrong caliber, was too large to cycle through.
Correct.
Okay. And were you brought in to fix this gun and make it safe?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
How can this gun be unloaded once cartridges are put in the tubular magazine?
Well, there are 2 ways to unload this gun. Okay, the first one is what I'm guessing that Sergeant Zook did. Okay, and all he did was this lever action right here that I have pointed to. Okay, you work it back and forth in a lever action type motion. All right, and I can go through the mechanics of the gun, but the simple answer is through mechanical linkage, the cartridge is removed from the tubular magazine, entered into the chamber, and then the extractor will pull the round out of the chamber and kick it out of the gun. So depending on the number of rounds you have in the tubular magazine, if you have 5 rounds, in theory, you run the action 5 times and all 5 rounds will kick out of the gun, will be ejected from the gun. The other way to unload this gun, and the way I ended up unloading this gun, is once again, I showed you this little lever right here, pulled it forward, the front barrel of the gun will rotate to the side and exposing the top part of this metal fat straw that I explained to you. All right, you turn the gun upside down, for lack of a better term, and gravity is your friend, the rounds fall out.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
This was a firearm that was found in the prop truck. Was loaded with blanks, but one of the blanks was the wrong caliber, and it did, or not blanks, excuse me. It was loaded with dummy rounds. One of the dummy rounds was the wrong caliber, and the officer, in trying to clear the dummy rounds from the rifle, cycled that wrong caliber bullet into the barrel and jammed it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Wasn't used in the actual shooting.
So the round that was actually in this gun, do you know if this was actually a dummy round that was inside?
I don't know.
Would there be any danger if it was a dummy round that was inside?
If it were if you're describing the two differences between a dummy round and say a blank.
Okay, but you didn't know one way or the other?
I did not.
It
know.
could have been a dummy round that was.
Could have been a dummy round, yes.
And it sounds like Zook didn't properly unload this gun. Would you agree with that?
I have no idea because I don't know what happened to the gun prior to me putting my hands on it, and I can only describe the configuration the gun is when I got it. What happened with Sergeant Zook prior to me taking possession of the gun for that brief period of time, I can't tell you. I just don't know.
Well, Zook came to you because he couldn't figure out it himself, right?
Yes.
So he wasn't properly unloading it. Agreed?
I think he was trying, but I would agree. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he was trying. He couldn't do it. But isn't this rifle, the way you just described this to the jury, it's pretty easy to unload, isn't it?
If you're familiar with the firearm, sure. I mean, anything's easy if you know about it, and you don't know until you do.
So you just open the rifle and the rounds fall out the bottom, right?
Well, it fall out the front.
Or they fall out of it once you open it, right?
Yes.
And you said your involvement in this case was, or in that limited role, was because nobody really knew how to take this gun apart, right?
Correct.
And you told us that in a pretrial interview as well, right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know who loaded that rifle with that round.
I do not.
That you cleared, do you? And you didn't interview any of the multiple people in this case who reportedly loaded firearms?
I did not.
No further questions.
Redirect.
So, hypothetically, if Sergeant Zook attempted to unload the gun by manipulating the lever action, as you demonstrated, is that an incorrect way of unloading the gun?
No, it's not.
That's a perfectly legitimate way of unloading that gun, correct?
Yes, until the incorrect round was attempted to be loaded into the chamber. Up to that point, yes, that was a correct way of unloading the gun.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you, you're excused. Next witness.
It's effective at unloading the gun, but at 5 times, if you have 5 rounds and leave real rounds in there, at 5 points while you're unloading the gun is in a ready-to-fire position. It's not the safest way to unload the gun because if you take the bullets out the end of the barrel, they never enter the chamber and can't be fired. So I think the cross was a little weak there. That's our new attorney. She's like 2 days on the job. So I can't fault her for that. She was literally thrown in while court was in session. All right, quick testimony there from Stephen Orr.
Good morning. Good morning. Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Byron French.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Rio Rancho Police Department, but I am signed to the FBI's New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Lab as a task force officer.
So are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some indication of your background and training with regard to cellular phone extractions?
Yes, ma'am. I'll start when I first became a law enforcement officer. I graduated the academy in January of 2011 from the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy here in Santa Fe. The first 4 years I was on patrol, and then the opportunity arose to become a digital forensic examiner at the New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. I got assigned that position, and it's a 2-year certification process approximately. Every examiner starts out working Windows computers, doing forensics, digital forensics on Windows computers. And there is the opportunity from there to do digital forensics with cell phones as well. During the initial process, there's just the pipelines of training, and then I went through what's called the basic cell phone course with the FBI in Huntsville, Alabama back in, I want to say 2017, July of 2017. From there, I've taken a couple of other different specialty classes when it comes to digital forensics and cell phones. Black Bag offers a Macintosh forensics class, and part of Macintosh is the Apple operating system. From there, I've taken another handful of other courses such as Celebrate. They offer what's called CCO, CCPA, and they are a forensic tool. And what CCO stands for is Celebrate Certified Operator. That is just one portion of the course, and it familiarizes you with the best practices to extract data off of mobile devices. The second part of that is CCPA. It is Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst. And that teaches you best practices and how to actually go through the data that has been extracted. From there, I have taken other courses such as a basic cell phone repair class. Sometimes we get these phones in as evidence and they are destroyed. I have the ability to repair them. I've been through advanced training ISP and JTAG and ISP and chip-off. ISP stands for in-system programming, and chip-off is just like it sounds. You take the chip off the device. I've also taken what's called SANS 585 Advanced Cell Phone Forensics. And just recently, I've been invited out to become a instructor for Celebrate themselves, to instruct those courses.
How did you become involved in this case, if you recall?
I believe it was back in 2019. Was it 2019 or 2020? I'm sorry.
2021.
2021. Sorry, not enough coffee this morning. Back in 2021, oops. I was contacted by Detective Alex Hancock from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to assist with phone extractions.
And did you perform a phone extraction on the cell phone belonging to Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And
I'm bad with dates too. I can't fault him.
Did you tell us a little bit about the extraction that you did, and what are you extracting? Are you extracting text messages, photos, everything? Give the jurors an idea of what's going on.
Sure. So in this instance, I did use the Celebrate program to perform an extraction, and there was 2 extractions involved. One is called a logical, and the other one is a file system. And generally, with those 2 extractions, you try and extract.
Counsel, can you approach? Yes.
Ooh. Mid-answer, we have a objection. We got everybody front and center up to the middle of the courtroom. Talk to the judge. Let's see who's. Fuji Water makes a presentation on the court on the defense table as well. We're not supposed to see when she whispers to her attorneys. Defense has something to say here. The judge usually looks at the person who loses on the objection. So look at her eyesight on the objection. Oh. I think defense was overruled on this one.
Sorry for the interruption, sir.
That's okay.
Pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, will the court recognize Mr. French as an expert in what areas are you usually qualified in?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
Yes, digital forensic examinations. You're an expert.
Thank you.
You're now an expert.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that area previously?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many times?
Twice. Once in the
Why are we
Honorable
still
Martha Vasquez
go through credentials once
courtroom,
he's already deemed
not too
an
far
expert?
from here, and then the other in the Honorable Judge Johnson in Albuquerque, both United States District Courts.
Federal courts.
Federal courts.
Okay, thank you, sir. And at my request, did you review a particular photo?
I did.
And pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, I would like to enter into evidence and publish State's Exhibit 118.
Any other objections?
Admitted, and you may publish.
We're good. Okay.
He's got it.
It was weird that they continued his credentialing, saying how many times he'd been deemed an expert after they already granted that. Usually that's all before the judge deems him an expert.
Do you see that photograph on your screen?
I do, ma'am.
Is this a photograph that was on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jurors the day and time that this was taken?
Without looking exactly at the EXIF data, do we have a picture of that by chance, or?
I probably do.
That would help.
I wouldn't want to put it up on that screen. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the date that it was taken?
If memory serves correctly, I want to say it was around December 21st. And that might not be correct because I was...
Pause. Right.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, sir.
Wow. We already know that he was
take
off by 2 years when he was
take the
called
year.
onto the case. And now she's like, what date was the picture taken? Guess. Let's pause, she says.
But that's not the correct date, so I've looked at the exit data, so I know the correct date. So let's just give us just a moment here to clear this up.
So now she's testifying. That's not the
I
correct
need
date.
to disconnect.
This is bad. Oh my goodness. Prosecution, this was, first of all, I don't know why she wouldn't put the EXIF data on there. I realize that the EXIF data may have some other personal information about the phone in it, but if it's just the photo EXIF data, I don't see the problem. I mean, we've seen that a million times in court. Wow, wow, wow. Have they talked to this guy prior to this? Redact the info if they need to. That's pretty simple. Her testimony was okay. Yeah, she was looking at the jury saying that's not the correct date. I've seen the EXIF data. Oh man, that was bad. That's a bad look. First of all, she put her witness in a bad spot. Okay, she should have known. The big red flag when he first took the stand was that he could not remember when he was called to be involved in the case. Okay, he was off by 2 years. At that moment, you're like, okay, this guy has no clue.
Morning break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and we'll be back about 10:10. Okay, thank you.
10:10. All right. So at that moment, they knew that the witness was not reliable on dates. Okay, there's your red flag, and then she doubles down and just produces a picture out of her pocket and says, "Hey, when was this one taken?" And he's like, and she makes him answer, and he's completely wrong, and it's important to the trial that he be right on this. Okay, this is important. This is an extraction from Hannah's phone. It's what you're seeing in the picture. Those are actually the cylinders from two firearms.
We're in recess.
Okay. We're in recess for a little bit. We've got audio still going. But yeah, she doubles down and he gets the date wrong. And then she has to backtrack. So now she's basically discredited her own witness. Okay. Granted, the witness is new. He's been credited as an expert twice before. So this is, in the world of experts, he's brand new. He still has the squeaky shine on his ears. And here he is. He should have. The right thing for him to do would say, I would have to check my report to refresh my recollection, or without seeing I wouldn't want to speculate. I want to make sure the date's right. I'd have to refresh the data that I analyzed to make sure that this was, just off the top of my head. I don't recall everything at the same time. So mistake on the part of the witness, huge mistake on the part of the prosecution. because yeah, who can remember dates? I mean, this is why I have a phone to remind me of when my anniversary is, right? And my wife's birthday and other pertinent dates that are very important. Those two I remember. But yeah, I think she was trying to save some time there, and witness wasn't prepped. Not a good look. Not a good look. All right, so what we have here, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to go into. I'm not sure if because it's Cellbrite data and phone, we're going to be trying to prove something about Hannah's knowledge about the firearms or her lack of knowledge about the firearms here, or possibly attempts to cover up. But there was nothing charged there. She blurts stuff out, so no bueno. Oh, that's the wrong date. You got it wrong. I'll tell the jury. No, he's wrong. Don't listen to him. I'll tell you the right date, and then believe everything he says after that. All right. All right. Judge Boyd's birthday is November 2nd. There's another important date to remember. Hopefully, he goes and reviews his notes on break. I don't think he can. I think he's going to just sit tight. He might not have even brought his report with him. All right, his mouse is flirting with my message. Look at that. There it is. It's hovering around your message. We are on a break until about 10:10. We've got about a 14-minute break right now, which usually means about 25 minutes, the way the court's been operating. What time is it there? They are 2 hours ahead of us, so I'm at noon right now. Puts them just before 10. So I'm at 11:56. Would put them at 10. Just before 10, 4 minutes before 10, 9:54. Yes. Sorry, 9:56. Math is hard, guys. The big hand is almost on the 12, and the little hand is just before the 10 in their place. So you guys can help me with that. Valkyrie, I don't think this is as big a deal as your tone suggests. Jury can easily understand not recalling dates. I agree, but this is something that the prosecution should not have. And this is another speed bump. It's just like all the tech errors that they have are not a big deal. There's not a single one of the tech errors that's like, well, oops, we screwed up. Or we can't get this to work. It's not a big deal, but it just it goes into the overall impression people have of the prosecution, and it looks like they don't know what they're doing. There have been times already in the case where they've received answers that they were not expecting, like completely opposite to what they were expecting. It just sounds like they sort of got caught off guard again. Ellie May, thank you. 9:56 here. Jewel, we try not to talk over the testimony too much, but we'd like to hear what happens and then do the commentary in between times and in the meantime. I want to save this joke for the Alec case, but will Bald win? There have been a fair number of sans hair witnesses and attorneys in this trial. What's the prison possibility if found guilty? Tricia, I don't know the possibility as far as the likelihood of the sentence. First of all, I don't know if the jury issues the sentence or the judge does. We'll have to find that out. But the most they can get if they are found guilty is 18 months. I say they because they're both Hannah and Alec are facing the same charge. 18 months for the involuntary manslaughter. Hannah also faces a possibility of 18 months for the tampering with evidence charge. If they are served consecutively, one after the other, that's 3 years. And each of them have a $5,000 fine maximum. It doesn't mean either of them will spend any time in jail or in prison. The sentence might be probation only on a fine or no fine. I mean, I don't know if there's a minimum on this. Princess Buttercup, I read the chat earlier. I missed it, and I pulled it up, and I apologize for missing it and read it earlier. I can pull it up again if you'd like. It was right here. Thank you for the butter sugars. So you can go back and see what the attorney said to the medical examiner that caused the judge to ask for an approach. It was right before the trajectory question was asked, but after the pictures, right? So after the pictures were shown, but before the trajectory rod information was shared as far as the bullet path through the body. There was no proof who did the wrong intubation. I thought we heard that, well, you're right. There's speculation that the on-scene medic did the first intubation incorrectly. But the testimony we got was the first one was done incorrectly, whether that was the medics in the ambulance or the on-scene medic who did that. It was removed, and then at the hospital they attempted it again and also got it wrong. So twice it was done wrong. C. Cheney, yes, it is 18 months and a $5,000 fine per charge. Hannah has 2 charges, and if they're served one after another, which they probably won't be, they'll probably be concurrent. It could be a maximum of 3 years. Accidents happen. All right. Did they fingerprint the shells? Yes, they did attempt to fingerprint things. They did not try to DNA test the shell casings. We got that testimony yesterday from Geraldine Conway, who was the DNA expert, the expert forensic serology and DNA analyst. What if she was asked about what was the fact that the defendant texted about getting high? Not sure if we're going to get into that with this witness. This witness being Byron French. He's an FBI computer forensics dude. So he's all over the phone and the software that's on there and the messaging. We're talking about a picture. We might get into the text messaging about the drugs, or what was been portrayed to be about drugs. Going back to the ME, the medical examiner or medical investigator, the MI, I guess she called herself. She went with accident instead of homicide. And that's interesting. Pulling up the definition of homicide in New Mexico, it says homicide is the deliberate, intentional killing of another person. According to New Mexico statutes, homicide constitutes the unlawful and unjustified killing of a person. Homicide is defined as willful and premeditated killing. So because of the way that it's spelled out there in New Mexico, that would be why it's not ruled a homicide, and instead it would be an accident because there was no intent there. That's the big separation. He can extract data, but he's not good on dates. The reason why, Nevea, Cellbrite, amazing software. It's literally, they build it to be dummy proof. You plug it in and push the button and it works. And it's funny to hear all the people testifying about that because they've attended courses about how Cellbrite works and how it extracts data and how it formats it and reports and how it can spit it out and what you can do with it and everything. But the equipment itself, the software, it just runs. You push the button and it extracts the data. So it's funny when everyone's like, I'm a Cellbrite analyst. You know, it's like I can push the button. It's like Homer Simpson's job. Of course, I'm dumbing that down just a little bit, but it's not rocket science. Let's put it that way. They attend courses on how to explain UTC to court. Still a bit weird. The ME made the intent a determination. Usually they only look at the body. A lot of times the ME has no idea. I mean, they literally, the first thing they see of the case is the body, and they have to piece together their evidence from there and go backwards. And I would have to say that if this ME did that without the outside information, it would be a homicide. Now, it might be a justifiable homicide or an excusable homicide, but yeah, I wonder how many gunshot victims are deemed accidental. Truly, especially when they were not. Yeah, somebody can do the math on that one. What statistics is the FBI stats would have those? Gunshot victims who died, fatalities, deemed accidental, where they were not holding a firearm. I think that would be an important factor as well. All right. We're gonna take care of this. Hang on one second. There we go. Hey, guess what? We have a call. Hello? 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 There's nobody there. They're not picking up. Said hello and nobody's answering. Maybe they'll call back. Hello? Bummer. I thought I had a prank call. That would be fun during the break. It's always good to have a few of those. All right. By prank call, I mean a telemarketer, which I treat as a prank call because I'm on the do not call list. So clearly, if they're calling me, it's a joke. Celebrite's on the NASDAQ, trading at $11.92 per share. Let's see. We took care of the chat issue. Thank you. I appreciate it. If there is somebody in chat that's causing problems, it actually is more of a problem for mods if everyone is pointing it out and calling them out on it. It makes it harder for them to locate and pin down that message. So just appreciate you guys just ignoring the trolls, and the mods will be right on it. All right. Forecast says 82 today and 39 tomorrow. Whoa, that's a big dip. That's a 43-degree drop in one day. It's going to be cold. I'm interested to see what is talked about on the set, especially with this picture that was shown earlier, but this new witness with the two cylinders from the revolvers. They're fully removed from the gun, so they're disassembled. Especially the gun that we know was used on the set by Mr. Baldwin did not. You would have to literally take the cylinder out. There's a pin that comes out of the center of the cylinder that's extracted, and then that whole cylinder can roll out of the chamber. It leaves a little gap there, and that's what we're going to see with that cylinder removed from the firearm completely. Usually, it's done for cleaning. It's a lot easier to clean inside the gun there with that out. It's not typically removed when in use and when you're loading and unloading it for the single action style that he had. All right. Do I answer all the questions? I think we're good. I think we're up to date. All right. With that said, let me take a quick look at our Rust poster. Is there anything else we need to add from this morning's testimony? Let me take a look at the notes as well and see if there was anything pertinent from this morning. Let's see, we had the chief medical examiner. I don't think we need anything there. The gun expert that unjammed the rifle, probably not. FBI computer forensics, I don't think we've got anything really that stood out there. Is there anything that we need to add on the thumbnail for our video that we have not yet added? Metal straw. Can we put a metal straw in the ranch dressing, or is that too much? You guys don't like ranch dressing that much, do you? It's sort of disgusting to drink it. Charlie Raven, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Thank you for your continued support. Look at that green courthouse by your name. Appreciate that. They kept mentioning someone with the last name Pickle. Yes, Pickle was mentioned a lot of times. That was actually their nickname. I don't remember. I don't think they've testified. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they haven't testified. I think the thumbnail is pretty good right now. I'm not sure how to show the straw at Heisenberg. Yeah, I can't add like the image of Heisenberg from the movie. That would be a little much. Is there another way? Maybe some blue crystals up there in the hills. Is that a way we could have Heisenberg on the set? Obviously, we're talking about aquamarine for those that have seen Breaking Bad. We're not talking about blue meth. What about a dolly? We've got the camera on the log. Originally, we had one on a dolly, but it just didn't work right. It wasn't the right picture. This one works a little better. Blue math. Tell me about this attorney that wants to leave Hannah's team. Georgina, I'm still waiting for the information on this. We know that there was an oral argument or oral motion to withdraw from the case from Mr. Bullion, who has already questioned witnesses in trial. He's there in trial. The judge ruled that he is not allowed to withdraw and that he is just supposed to sit far from Hannah and not talk to her at her request. And then they brought in another lawyer who's been taking his place on short notice. Charlie Raven says, my dad used to belong to the Single Action Shooting Society. He had one eye, so his nickname was Broken Eye Jim. I love the nicknames for the cowboy shooting clubs. If you've there's actually quite a community out there of people that do those period type firearm challenges, whether they're speed draws, and they're quite talented. They really are, and it's amazing. You think about all the infamous characters in history in the Wild West that were renowned for their aim and their speed and their skill. We have that same aim, speed, and skill exists among us today. They just reenact in fun little groups out at shooting ranges. Thank you very much for the super chat, by the way, Charlie Raven. I appreciate that. And Broken Eye Jim. That's a great name. Did he wear a patch when he was shooting? Because that's just showing off. Because typically, when you're only got one good eye and you're able to outshoot other people, that's just you're just rubbing it in. All right, you and your family should come to Tennessee to the Pigeon Forge and do the Dixie Stampede. That sounds like a lot of fun. Okay. Still looking at the wall here. No motion yet, even though we're about 2 minutes away from court coming back. Maybe he was being unprofessional to her, and if so, good for her wanting him to get lost. I don't know why. I hope it does come out. It would be interesting. I like finding out the drama behind things like that. Vince Clortho says, wonder how Alex Prop compares to Clint's Pew Pew and Unforgiven. They add several nice props, great cinema, great movies, great actors. Let's see. Are you talking about Dirty Harry, like the big, or let's see, what gun? I guess you said in Unforgiven. I think Clint Eastwood went for the large guns, the huge. It was a hand cannon is what he would carry. Ooh. Have a rare jet airline flying over us. We get like one of those every 2 weeks. We're in the middle of nowhere. The jets don't fly over us ever. At least not low like this. See, I thought it sounded like he wanted to be removed, not that Hannah wanted him removed. Well, we know it was at Hannah's request that he not talk to her. We did a Winnebago in the distance for Heisenberg. 357 Magnum hand cannon. Looks like we're coming back to court right now, so switch to Beaker for Walter White. Interesting angle.
All right, you may be seated. Let's continue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. French. Can you please tell the jurors the date that that photo was taken?
Yes, October 10th, 2021 at 9:50 in the morning.
Thank you. Elmo,
He was way off. Did he say December 21st or something? October 10th. So this is pre-shooting.
The state is going to move for the admission of States Exhibits 119 through 129. I don't believe there's an objection. No. Okay,
All
sorry.
right, states 119, 129 through 129 are admitted without objection. You may publish.
All right, thank you. Sir, prior to your testimony, did I send you some text messages?
You did.
Are those text messages from the extraction that you performed?
Yes, ma'am.
On Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Did I send you your answers to the questions prior to me asking you the
Marked as
questions?
States Exhibit 19. Let's see if...
I've had no
If you
mentions
can
of
just
Mr.
give us,
Baldwin so far.
the date and time, and whether or not those messages are incoming or outgoing, who they're going from and who they're going to.
Sure. So both of these messages appear to be outgoing from the what's identified as the owner of the device, Hannah Reed, to a contact named Becca Santa Fe. The first message has the timestamp at the bottom right of October 23rd, 2021, 12:28 p.m. And it says, "Hey, comma, I might be coming to Albuquerque tonight and was wondering if I can get that stuff." The next message has a timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 5:09 p.m. And it says, "Becca, call me when you get a chance."
And States Exhibit 120. Can you see that, or is it too small?
I believe I can see it.
Can you guys see it? Can the jurors see it? Yes. You bet. We'll zoom in and we'll
Yeah,
just
I can
move it
fix the
around.
color a little bit.
So the first message is an outgoing from the same contact, Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. The message states, "He gets in 30 mins or so. Becca hasn't texted me back at all, and I'm trying to get my things from her tomorrow." This message was sent at on October 23rd, 2021 at 6:20 p.m. The next message is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, the owner of the device, and it just says "okay" with the timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 6:24 p.m. The next one is from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe. It says, "Kay, let me start over. Kay, let me know if you hear from her at all. Thanks for checking on me again. Miss you already." And that is timestamped October 23rd, 2021 at 6:25 p.m.
So counsel has asked me to let you know that some of this would ordinarily be hearsay, but they've agreed to let the entire portion in, and it's for context, effect on listener. Okay? Thank you.
States Exhibit 121.
Another message from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just looked at that one. It was part of the previous group. We'll take 121 out. States Exhibit 122.
This one, the top message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. And the message says, "Could Becca maybe drop off my things to y'all, since I haven't been able to catch her?" That is November 13th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m. The next message shown there is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. I asked her to, hopefully she will. And that is the same time, or the same day, November 13th, 2021 at 7:06 p.m.
States Exhibit 123.
The top message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Hey, coming to Albuquerque tomorrow. That is timestamped November, it looks like 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m. And the next message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Gonna be there for a week or so. November 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m.
States Exhibit 124.
The top one is from Becca Santa Fe. From Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. I'm in Roswell working on Barron and Toluca, and that is timestamped November 8th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. The next message is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Aw, is that far? Bummer, I wanted to see you. And that is November 10th, 2021 at 2:39 p.m.
States Exhibit 125.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. And it says, hey Becca, mind if my brother-in-law picks up my things from you after Thanksgiving? He lives in Albuquerque. That is timestamped November 22nd, 2021 at 5:53 p.m.
States Exhibit 126. I know these are a little out of order. We'll pull them together with another witness in terms of their chronology. Go ahead, sir.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. Hey, do you have Becca's number? And that is October 23rd, 2021 at 5:17 p.m.
States Exhibit 128.
A message from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe. Becca with the question mark on October 24th, 2021 at 11:31 a.m.
And for context, 129.
This one, the first one, is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. And it says, hey, ... I am in Hamus working on Big Sky Splinter Unit. That is October 24th, 2021 at 11:33 a.m. The next message is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. How are you doing, lady? And that is October 24th, 2021 at 11:34 a.m.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
If that's all they have,
Cross-exam.
there's not much there.
Good morning, Mr. French.
Good morning, ma'am.
So you looked at phones, and I'm going to focus on Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You looked at those two phones, didn't you?
I did.
And for Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls, you bookmarked very limited data that you extracted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't extract all the data on Sarah Zachary's phone, right?
I did full extractions on all phones that were given to me, ma'am.
And then you bookmarked the limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And the same for Dave Halls. You bookmarked limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But isn't it true that you don't know the significance of any of the items you bookmarked and what they have to do pertaining to the shooting event, do you?
Can you phrase the question differently, please?
Sure, and you talked about this a little bit in your pretrial interview. The significance of the items from the phones of Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You bookmarked those, but you don't have any information, you don't know the significance of what you bookmarked in relation to the shooting event.
I don't know if I would word it as significance. I generally do what is requested of me within the request form.
Okay, so do you remember giving a pretrial interview in this case November 29th of 2023?
I do.
Ooh, impeachment.
Okay. And counsel, I'm referring to page 5, lines 19 through 24. Okay. And do you remember being asked, specifically with respect to the examination of Dave Hall's phones, so of these items from his phone, do any of them have any significance to this event, this shooting? And answering, I don't know. I just bookmark it for the case agent. That way she could make her determination.
That's correct. I did say that.
Okay. So then you'd agree with me that the items that you bookmarked and gave and passed on that we're talking about here today pertaining to Dave Hall's and Sarah, you don't know the significance of those items pertaining to the shooting.
Well, ma'am, it is not my job to determine significance.
Exactly.
I just determine, or I don't even determine, I just find what is asked of me within the request form, and I leave it up to the case agent to continue her investigation with it.
Okay, and you also don't have any texts between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney before October 21st of 2021, right?
I do not remember.
Okay, do you remember your did you review your report prior to coming into court to testify?
There was multiple reports for this, and unfortunately I can't commit all of them to memory.
Okay, so sitting... Sure.
Judge calls for the approach. This guy has a very poor memory when it comes to what's in his reports. So I don't know why they just don't ask to refresh his recollection. So the judge, she probably had a question. She has a question for the state. And they're giving a response here. So she's doesn't have a problem with how the questioning is going on. It's like, why do you have an unprepared witness? Interesting. Okay. The dog ate his homework. Yeah, it should be showing his report, refreshing his recollection should be good enough, especially if it's in his report. If it's not in his report and he said something differently at a pretrial interview, or he's saying something differently now than what he said at a pretrial interview, that's going to be the impeachment material, which she sort of, I think that's why she brought in that little bit before. But she's, this gentleman, he picked out a couple text messages and basically said, I've highlighted these and sent them on to the prosecution from the Cellbrite analysis of the phone. And she's trying to say, but you don't know their significance at all. He's like, that's not my job. And he says, I just pick out the things that they ask for. Now, I think the question is, what did they ask you to find on this phone? And it's probably going to be a broad question of any texts or exchanges within this time period from this individual. But I'm not sure what she's getting at. There might be something here they're trying to dig out. But we haven't had any objections from the prosecution, so I'm not sure what it is. Usually if there's something juicy they're trying to hide, the prosecution will try to object all the way through and try to block the path. He has been given the chance to refresh his recollection before she can impeach him with it. He has to be. Well, he refreshed his recollection with the text messages in the break, during the last break.
Okay. So sitting here today, is it fair to say you don't remember any text messages in your review between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney?
I don't.
Before October 21st of 2021?
I don't, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't asked to examine Seth Kinney's phone, were you?
I don't believe so. That was not one of the phones that was given to me.
And you weren't asked to examine Alec Baldwin's phones, were you?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Is that unusual to you that in a shooting case,
123.
not to be looking at the shooter's phone right away?
Not always.
Okay, but regardless, the work you did in this case was limited to what Detective Hancock specifically directed you to do. Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Redirect.
Mr. French, are you aware that Mr. Baldwin submitted his phone for extraction in the state of New York?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I have nothing
This
further.
witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
He calls Luke Haig.
Okay, not much from that witness. Obviously foundational. That stuff will come in later, I think, with other witnesses.
Just for the record, I'm going to reserve Mr. French just in case.
All right. So please don't talk to any other witnesses, sir. And also, as a reminder, no witnesses that have not been called yet should not be on the watch live stream or the reserved ones, other than experts.
Okay, well, he's leaving. Did you guys notice that those revolver cylinders did not come in? We did not get that information. So the objection or something.
You know, just let's hang on and do it when we get there. We've got to go through his background.
This looks like an expert. Are you ready for today? No, but let's just wing it. That's the conversation just happened.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Your Honor, pursuant to our agreement with security in terms of firearms safety, Mr. Rice is going to provide Mr. Haig with a box that has a firearm in it.
That has been cleared.
Yes.
Yes. Can we all? Has it been cleared by the armorer?
I suspect Mr. Haig will clear it again.
This is a single action. Those are the sounds.
It is cleared.
It's the sounds of a revolver, single action revolver being manipulated to make sure.
Sir, can you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Lucian C. Haig, spelled H-A-A-G.
How do you spell your first name?
Lucien.
How are you currently employed?
I have my own consulting firm in Carefree, Arizona, Forensic Science Services.
What does Forensic Science Services do?
I'm involved in firearms evidence examination, primarily the reconstructive aspects of shootings. Distance determinations, long-range shootings, is it a ricocheted bullet? How close was the gun when it was discharged? Those are all reconstructive issues beyond the usual identifying a bullet or cartridge as having been fired from a gun. That's something I also do, but my main focus is the reconstructive aspects of shootings.
What were you asked to do in this case?
Well, a number of things to determine how
and let me stop you real quick. Were you asked to do reconstruction, or were you asked to do more examination and identification?
Identification was a small part of what I did. I did do that with the evidence cartridge case, but primarily reconstruction.
In this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you give the jurors an idea of your background and experience, please?
Yes, most criminalists, which is my professional title, have a degree in one of the physical sciences. Mine is in chemistry with some minor in physics. That was obtained in 1963 from the University of California at Berkeley. I then went to California State College at Long Beach, taking 2 more years of study, which included 2 semesters of criminalistics. That course was taught by the primary firearms examiner for the city of Los Angeles. Other courses were mathematics, clinical chemistry, documents examination. That takes me to 1965, when I gained employment with the City of Phoenix Police Crime Laboratory as an entry-level criminalist.
I was sent on to Arizona State University, local university, for additional coursework. I started attending meetings of professional organizations that deal with firearms evidence, because that became my main focus in the crime lab. Although I worked in all sections, I later supervised them, my real interest and passion was the ballistics or firearms unit of the laboratory. I left there being the City of Phoenix Crime Lab in 1982, so I was there about 18 years. I'd been doing some private consulting, some teaching at that time. I was an instructor in criminalistics, which included firearms evidence. I started my own company when I left the City of Phoenix. My company became my full-time employer, and I've been working there ever since.
Sir, do you have any professional memberships?
Yes, there are a number of them. The most important one is an organization called AFTE, A-F-T-E, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. I'm a longtime member. I became president in 1985 and 86, served on a number of committees. Other organizations include the California Association of Criminalists. That's the nearest regional area. I'm a distinguished member of that organization. I'm a member and fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which has a criminalistic section. I'm an associate member in a European organization. That's most of them.
Okay. Can you summarize for us your presentations and publications?
Yes, I'm very passionate about presenting evidence among our peers in the AFTE group. So to date, I've presented, and most of them have been published, about 200 publications over the last 50 years or so. I've authored with my younger son, who you'll probably hear about, a textbook on shooting incident reconstruction, which is now in its 3rd edition, with the unimaginative title, Shooting Incident Reconstruction.
Have you received any citations or awards?
Yes, the AFTE group I mentioned before has voted me Key Member of the Year award several times, Distinguished Member status. Likewise, the California Association of Criminalists, and they have a fairly uncommon award called the Roger Green Award that's for historical work. And I'm very interested in history, especially cases that involve the use or misuse of firearms. So I received that award from the CAC.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of firearm examination and or reconstruction?
Many times.
Approximately how many times?
Well, over the last, more than half a century, 57 years, several hundred times, I'm sure.
This is the most expert of experts
have
we've
you been
ever seen.
qualified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you been qualified in numerous states in the United States?
About half of the states in the United States and several foreign countries.
What foreign countries?
Northern Ireland, case in Guam, I think, and in Canada.
Okay.
Several times.
Sir, do you have any particular interest or expertise in single action revolvers or old Western style revolvers?
Yes, I'm interested in all types of firearms and their mechanisms, but single action guns are of course what we see in Western movies. They're fairly straightforward, they're historic. Sam Colt is a well-known name, and he was an inventive genius, and his firearms to this day are still prized as collector item if you are so lucky as to have an original.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I think it started with a phone call in March of last year, where I was well aware of the case. I'd heard about it. I didn't know much about it other than there'd been some sort of a misadventure on a set with a death and an injury. So after that, documents were received. That's where I start every case. I want to read what's known about the case, what the issues are. Interviews were sent to me, a lot of photographs, and ultimately, in July of last year, I went to the local property room with the custodian there, and along with my younger son, Mike, we received well, I think it inventoried over 50 some items, but some of these had sub items in them. So that was the beginning.
As a part of the document review that you did in this case, did you review the ballistics report and the case notes from the FBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so expert?
Okay, is there any objection to tendering I'll ask the court to accept Mr. Haig as an expert in firearms examination and reconstruction.
All right, no objection. Yes, he's such an expert. Thank you.
Sir, in addition to reviewing the FBI examination report and the case notes, you also took numerous items of evidence into your own possession and performed testing on those items. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was the evidence revolver in this case that I'll refer to as the Baldwin revolver, was that one of the items that you took into your possession and tested?
Yes, it was.
Let's start with the FBI report. Let's go ahead and give me a screen. Mr. Bowles, is Mr. Haig your witness?
Yes.
Do you want to look at these real quick?
Yeah.
This witness, expert witness, is so old. His original contract was payment in gold or silver certificates. He literally was qualified to be an expert when coinage in the United States was still silver. I kid you not. It was like actual silver. I was up through 1964, and I think he said he graduated from 1963 in Berkeley with chemistry and physics after a bunch of other stuff.
Move for the admission of States Exhibits 130 through 146, and permission to publish with the witness as we move through his testimony.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States 130 through 146 are admitted, and you may publish.
Sir, so we have on your screen States Exhibit 130, but before we speak directly to this, ultimately, did you form an opinion, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, but we're going to, did you form an opinion about how the damage to this firearm occurred?
Yes, I did.
And did you also form an opinion as to the working condition of the firearm when it was received by the FBI?
I did.
Let's start there. What was your opinion with regard to the working condition of this firearm when it was initially received by the FBI?
By various means, I could see that it was in proper working order as designed by the original inventor.
And tell us what you took into consideration in coming to that opinion.
Well, there are several ways. One of them is on my screen. I don't know if it's on your screen or not, but it's from the FBI examiner's report, a man named Bruce Ziegler, I believe, who I met.
Bryce, yeah.
But I looked at all of his photographs and notes, and on the left side are the 4 positions that the hammer can have with this gun when it's working properly and undamaged. The top one shows the hammer fully forward and down. That's the way it would appear if you had just fired it or even dry fired it. The next picture down looks pretty much the same, but it's not. The hammer is about 1/8 of an inch rearward, and now it has engaged an internal mechanism, a safety notch. So now the hammer and firing pin cannot reach a live cartridge. The third picture down is the loading position, also known as half cock. The previous position could be called, and is often called, quarter cock. At that half cock position, the third picture down, the cylinder, which holds capable of holding 6 cartridges, is now free to rotate. Prior to this, in the upper 2 pictures, it was locked and secured by a small latch that we can't see in these pictures. The final picture, and is the most important one, the hammer is at the full cock, ready to fire position. You can now see the firing pin in the hammer, that it's fully rearward, and it's staying there. That will be important later.
And if you would, because describe for us what the firearm is that you have in front of you. Is that this exact gun?
It's the brother to the evidence gun. Same make, model, caliber. It's just not the evidence gun.
And would you demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the different positions, and also specifically the half-cock position and the rotation of the cylinder?
Sure. Well, I checked it, but again, just so everyone feels as comfortable as they're going to be
every time you pick up a firearm.
Hang on just a second.
You should probably stand in the middle.
Yeah, do you want to stand? And
Sure.
That would be great.
So this educational experience that he's providing for the jury here is going to demonstrate, and you'll get to audio, because the ASMR for this is quite good, I think. You'll be able to hear different clicks.
So I have to explain that.
So he's
The
demonstrating.
hammer is fully down. If there were a live cartridge in this gun, the firing pin would be resting right against it. So this is an unsafe carry position if it were a loaded gun. It would also be the position if I had just fired it. There would be a spent cartridge. The firing pin would be deep into the primer of that cartridge. You can also see that the trigger is back. Now when I pull it, there. That's the safety position. Very little movement, but the hammer is now about 1/8 of an inch rearward. The trigger is just popped forward, so it's got an internal spring that is resetting. Cylinder is still locked up, cannot rotate. Now when I pull it to the load position, you may have seen the cylinder rotate already. It's free to rotate now. The little latch that I mentioned, which we can't see, has been pulled down by that motion. There's a loading gate here on the side that's opened, and this is where I would either remove fired cartridges or place live cartridges, up to a total of 6. After loading it, fully loading it, I close that gate. And I have 2 choices. If I'm ready to shoot, I'm going to cock it. And if I've decided what I'm going to shoot at is to be shot at, pull the trigger. Hammer falls off of a ledge, a little notch. Actually, it's more of a step on the hammer. So now we're back to where we were a moment ago. If I'm going to fire it again, pull it all the way back, hammer stays in position, which we saw in the photographs, which again is important, because when we get to the damage that occurred with the gun, the hammer won't stay there. If I'm going to let it down, if I'm going to render this gun safe, I decide I'm not going to shoot. I do have to pull the trigger, but I get my thumb firmly on this spur. Pull the trigger, let it down. Once I get past the halfway point, I can let go of the trigger, and it engages a safety notch again. So there's all the steps. It's called a single action. Probably heard that term a couple of times, because pulling the trigger accomplishes one single thing. It fires the gun.
In terms of, sorry. In terms of that loading gate and the loading of the gun, if you were to show me the primers and the head stamps of the rounds that you have in the gun, and we know that there are none, but this is, we're just going to play pretend. Show me how you would show me what's in that gun.
Well, I bring it up, no one down range.
Here, maybe we go this way so that
I bring the hammer to half cock.
Okay.
We want to show the jury.
Let's go over here. So they can see behind us. There we go.
She used a term, an industry term, the head stamp. It's what's written on the cartridge, and in the middle of which is a primer. So if she wanted to see, or any of you wanted to see, are there fired cartridges in here? Live cartridges, all 6.
This angle is
just
unfortunate.
rotate the cylinder. And we go a couple of times around, see if there are any empty chambers or fired cartridges or live rounds. If we wanted to take them out, if they're live, you just dump them out. If they're fired, you need this ejection rod here to knock a spent cartridge out because it's expanded.
So if you were to show me the rounds that you have in the gun in this manner, I can only see the head stamp and primer of one cartridge at a time.
That's right. In this view from behind the gun with the gate open.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can I take my seat?
Yes.
He needs to do a quick twirl and stick it back in his holster. Oh wait, no, that's not safe.
So, when you, thank you. Is there anything else that you can think of from the documents that you reviewed that went into, that contributed to your opinion that the gun was in proper working order when it was received at the FBI?
Yes, the examiner was able to fire at least 12 live cartridges for comparison purposes to recover bullets in fired cartridge cases. The gun had to be in working order to do that. Had it been in the condition I later found it, you wouldn't have been able to do that.
And the condition that you later found it, can you just kind of describe what was wrong with it when you took it into evidence? And I'm going to pull an aid up. This is going to be an exhibit that's already entered into evidence, Exhibit 97A.
It had been partially disassembled. It was in a gun box with some ties.
I'm working on it. Hang on.
State is struggling once again with the display. Sort of the theme of this trial.
Pardon me, where's my...
We're up to 125 on the Baldwin counter. Only 3 mentions today so far.
Okay. If you can use this as an aid and sir, your screen, you can, use it to draw lines and all kinds of stuff.
So it's a touch screen.
It is, if you need some assistance.
This is one of the many FBI pictures, and you're looking at 3 parts of the gun. The obvious one's the hammer.
He's going to show you how to mark it and get rid of it.
How do I erase it? Okay. The hammer's pretty obvious. Here's the firing pin. I really wanted to make a circle. It's making arrows.
I'd like to draw circles, please. Can we upgrade the court system?
You tricked me.
No more red arrows. He's opposed to arrows. He's more of a bullets guy. Well, now you can draw. There we go.
Okay, we're looking at the hammer, and I'm really pressing hard. The hammer, the important part of the hammer are these notches you can see here. There's 2 clear notches. Something goes in them. Well, one of them is the safety position. The next one is the load position. The one that's very difficult to see, and I almost obliterated it, is down at the bottom of my circle. That's where the full cock step would be, but it's been peened, P-E-E-N-E-D. It's been knocked off, rounded off, and is full of very rough tool marks. The piece that would fit into each one of those is the trigger. And the trigger is the black piece here, but the tip of the trigger in the industry is called the sear, S-E-A-R. That's the piece that goes in those 3 locations. And it really rests on this step when it's in the full cock position. So that's somewhat tenuous, and the pulling of the trigger causes it to slide off, the hammer to fall. There's a little piece in that circle I just drew. That's the broken off sear of the trigger. So it's an incomplete trigger. And finally, the object up here has 2 names. The company that makes this reproduction gun calls it the bolt, B-O-L-T. I've always called it a cylinder stop latch. It was the thing that was securing the cylinder in the safety position, in the full cock position, but not in the loading position. The left side of that goes up into the notches in the cylinder for those previous positions and drops down and allows the cylinder to rotate in the load position. So looking at those both photographically and in person, I could see that the full cock step or notch on the hammer was broken away, beaten away, or knocked away. Kind of hard to describe it if you don't see it under the microscope.
These jokes are writing themselves.
And the sear was broken off.
So hard not to say anything.
And the stop latch, the little wings, there's 2 pieces that protrude out. That also was broken. And the gun can't work in the normal fashion if it had been that way on the movie set.
And based on your document review, do you have an opinion about how the bolt, the trigger sear, and the hammer were damaged? What took place that caused that damage?
The hammer had to be in the full cock position and 1 or more substantial blows, impacts to the hammer, because it's just sitting, the sear and the trigger and the full cock notch are just sitting there engaged with each other, and it's a small area. So if you give a substantial blow, 1 or more, to the back of the hammer, it is stressing that area, and it will finally fail. And I can see under the microscope a lot of very rough tool marks where it's just rolled over and rounded off. It's no longer a step. It's a rounded area which cannot retain the trigger even if it was intact.
What's your understanding of the circumstances of the blows you're talking about?
As I understood reading the examiner's notes and report, it was an evaluation of whether this gun was prone to accidental discharge by an impact to the hammer.
Okay, we're gonna look at a few other photos here.
Oh my goodness.
Before I take this photo down.
I'm not going to summarize this. I'm not going to summarize this.
Yeah.
Council approach.
You guys, I'm sorry. I'm watching you guys, and I realize you're making innuendos, and then he just full on. He just started giving us all the words. 2IO Toys, your script for today just wrote itself. So enjoy. I can't wait to see the highlights on Twitter. All right. Wow. The terminology is crazy. Nothing on the clip art. I can't think of anything we need to add here on the clip art.
Mr. Haig, let's shift gears for just a moment. Based on everything that you reviewed, and also the examination and the firing of this gun that you yourself participated in, have you seen any evidence that the full cock hammer notch was filed or modified to allow faster shooting?
No.
Thank you, sir.
File down the notch for the full cock. So no performance enhancement was occurred. Oh man.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, you're looking at two triggers from a Colt reproduction single action revolver. The lower one is from probably the very pistol that's here today. It was a new Pieta Colt single action that my younger son owns. So that's the way it should look. The one above is the broken damage trigger, and the tip of the sear is not even present in this picture. So that area that's missing, just trying to get the hang of this, it's right there.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a view through an instrument called a stereo microscope, to which a camera's been attached, and you're looking at a putting back together, so to speak, like a broken teacup, where I'm putting the two parts together, and all that roughness you see there are manufacturing marks. Those aren't breakage marks, but just when they made the part on the one side of it, it's been machined, and under the microscope you can see those lines. So if you look at that, you can sort of see the contour agrees, and if we put them, my son and I put them right back together, you just see a faint line. So we deliberately pulled them apart a little bit so you can see they're two pieces, not just a crack in a piece.
So just to be clear, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 137 is the trigger with the top part of the part of the sear, and then the part of the sear that was broken off. Is that right?
Yes, two pictures back. If you remember, there was a little piece of metal off to one side and the trigger with a piece missing. That's what you're looking at here. Those have been put back together, are brought close together under the microscope.
And this is just a demonstration that the piece of the sear that broke off fits back on to the trigger sear mechanism, sort of like pieces of a puzzle.
Yes.
Okay.
That it's not ground off or rounded off, it's snapped off, it's broken off.
State's Exhibit 138, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, you're looking through the microscope at the evidence hammer as I saw it, and this area, try to do this a little better, that's where there should be a nice right angle step, and there isn't. It's just rounded off toward the right. The other two are the load notch, and they truly are notches, and the quartercock or safety notch. But the circle area should not look like that. There's no step there at this point.
And it's your opinion that that was shaved off during the aggressive testing at the FBI?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 139.
Did they
Can
find
you tell
that
us what
piece?
we've got here?
Counsel, may I ask, were these introduced? Were they admitted?
Yes.
Earlier?
I believe so. I asked to admit.
Oh, 130 through 146. Okay, thank you.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
You're looking at 4 hammers in sort of an oblique view. 3 of them, my younger son and I provided. I bought 2. He took 1 out of the revolver you saw here today. But the one here is the evidence hammer. And if you look across at the other 3, you can see that they're visually quite different. And again, the evidence hammer has very little left for the sear of even an unbroken trigger to rest on. So that was the purpose, just to show what do these things look like, and does the manufacturer make them in a reproducible way? And of course they do.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 135.
Yes, this is the, again, company calls it the bolt. I know it as the cylinder stop latch. You, as a user, would only see that part. Comes up and down inside the frame of the gun to lock the cylinder up or to release it. The rest of it's well within the gun, and it's being operated when you pull the hammer back, and it's broken. One of the little ears or tabs is broken off.
Can you hold up your exemplar revolver and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the area of that bolt that you have circled. Can you just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the notches on the cylinder where that engages?
Sure. You might be able to see the notches here. They come around. That's where the latch goes in. You can't see the latch unless we disassemble the gun. If you were to have this in the jury room and you were to look through here, there's a little bit of daylight. I can see it pop up and I can hear it go into the battery, so to speak. But otherwise you will not see it. You just know if it's working or not.
And show me, I'm sorry, can you show me the notches on the cylinder where?
Sure. Let's bring it to the load position.
Let's walk around so that they can see it just a little bit better, especially since it's a dark metal, it's hard to see.
Not sure if this will go in the jury room.
Right at one.
Definitely won't if there's ammunition, I can tell you that. He's holding it out, doing a demonstration to the jury members.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to shift gears real quick because then we're going to have to move to another machine. Were you also asked to examine some ammunition in this case?
A lot of ammunition, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It's a disassembled .45 Colt cartridge with a type of bullet known to the shooting community as a semi-wad cutter bullet. The red material is just a lubricant that can be any color. So it's not the red color that's important, it's the shape of the nose of this bullet, called a semi-wad cutter.
And what's this? That State's Exhibit 132.
That's a much better picture of the contents of that packet. The cartridge case is on the right. The semi-wad cutter cast lead bullet. This bullet was made in a bullet mold. Is right there. You can see the truncated cone is the $10 description of that nose shape. It was going to be a cone, got truncated at the top. Again, semi-wad cutter bullet is the other name for it. And in the vial is the propellant, and that's a propellant very well known to me, called Trail Boss. It's designed and intended for cowboy action shooting and lead bullets in traditional firearms like this.
And sir, what was your understanding of the source of this cartridge? And when I say source, I mean in terms of the relevant locations in this case.
This was one of a number of cartridges like this that came from a supplier in Albuquerque of ammunition, props, dummy cartridges, so on.
Do you know if that was PDQ props?
Yes, that I recognize the name.
Okay, thank you. And State's Exhibit 133, what's this?
This is one of 5 live cartridges that were recovered by investigators from this scene. You can probably see that the powder looks very different. It's smaller, it's darker, it doesn't have that little donut shape. The bullet style is also very different. Setting the blue lubricant aside, this is a round nose bullet with a truncated nose. So it would have been completely round had the bullet mold not had this flat area to produce this flat appearance. And this is pretty much like a traditional bullet from the late 1800s, early 1900s. And again, a cartridge case, .45 Colt cartridge case, is on the left. So if we have a live primer in that cartridge and put it all back together, it's a live cartridge, not a dummy.
So Mr. Haig, if I went to a gun store and I bought a box of ammunition, let's say I'm buying .45 Colt caliber ammunition, would that box perhaps include what we're seeing in 133 and also what we're seeing in 132?
From professionally made purchased ammunition, you're not going to see an M&M situation or mixed bullets. They're all going to be the same weight, style, same kind of propellant, same head stamps, and of course the same kind of primer. They can come either nickel plated or plain brass.
And the live ammunition that was taken from the set of the movie Rust, can you describe the characteristics of that live ammunition in terms of the head stamp, the primer, those just sort of exterior identifying?
Yes, if we could go back to the other exhibit with the blue bullet, there's one of them. You can't see the primer, of course, because the cartridge is turned sideways, but it's a nickel-plated primer. It looks like chrome, shiny nickel-plated. If it were back-loaded, you would only see the top, basically half of the bullet. The part with the blue lubricant would be inside the cartridge case. And the powder, the gunpowder, in the little vial would, of course, be inside that cartridge. So putting it all back together, you'd have a complete round of ammunition. The head stamp, you've probably heard that term plenty of times, so I don't need to define it, for these cartridges was Starline. It's a very well-known manufacturer of cartridge brass. They do not manufacture loaded ammunition, at least not as I sit here today. So Starline's well-known. I use it myself. I'm a hand loader. That's what you would see if we turned that cartridge up so you could see it.
And what color was the primer on the live ammunition?
I think I said it, but I'll repeat it. Nickel-plated, shiny.
I apologize. Thank you. And let me ask you, do you know, can cartridges and ammunition that look exactly like this be purchased at local gun stores?
In the gun stores I go to, yes.
And at my request, did you obtain some and send me some pictures?
Both my son and I bought boxes of commercial 45 Colt ammunition with lead, round-nosed bullets with a flat meplet is the fancy word, M-E-P-L-A-T. It's the flat spot.
Injecting his son into
the powders
his testimony
weren't necessarily identical to what we see here, but they're a type of pistol powder.
Is he trying to get him started on the family dynasty?
States Exhibit 141, what's this?
This is the outer box of one of those, which I believe my younger son Mike bought this one. HSM is a small ammunition company. And you can probably read, it's meant for cowboy action shooting. It's a popular contest with traditional single action shooters. And those cartridges have the Starline head stamp and lead bullets with flat noses on them.
I'm going to get there. Let's go to States Exhibit 140. What's this?
Well, you can see 4 of the cartridges and their head stamp in an oblique view. That they don't say Starline, but that's their symbol. 2 little asterisks with a line going between them. And then, of course, the cartridge designation, 45 Colt. And nickel primers, shiny nickel-colored metal.
And States Exhibit 143.
This further characterizes the weight. In the United States, bullets are weighed in an archaic term, frankly, called grains. 7,000 of them in a pound, but 250 grain is the traditional classic weight of the Colt bullet. So this company, HSM,
$45,
now tells us you can expect if you were to shoot one of these bullets and collect it and
just
put it
under
on a balance that weighs in grains, it's going to be around 250 grains, plus or minus a grain or 2 from the shooting and impact process.
So the grain comes from weighing the bullet.
That's right, just the bullet, not the cartridge or the powder.
And just as an aside, did you examine the projectile from this case, the projectile that was removed from Mr. Souza?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not that projectile was 250 grain at the time that the FBI had it and the time that you had it?
Yeah. No, it had lost some weight. It started out life, in my opinion, as a 250 grain bullet, but it suffered reduction from probably 2 sources. A heavily fouled bore, in other words, the gun barrel through which this passes had a lot of fouling in it from a black powder substitute, I was able to duplicate that phenomena. So the bullet now, like squeezing toothpaste, gets squeezed down a little bit and it gets some rubbed off. Plus it went through 2 people and it struck bone. If you've seen pictures of it, or if you do later, it's got a lot of impact damage from striking bone. So for those 2 reasons, it weighed about 240 grains as I recall. 10 grains is not much. And it was now reduced in diameter to about 44 instead of 45.
But in your opinion, that projectile started out as a 45 Colt 250 grain bullet.
Yes.
I've never heard of that happening before.
And let me go to State's Exhibit 144. What's this?
One of the cartridges from that box of ammunition that you saw earlier has now been removed, so you can see it's nice and shiny and new in the brass. And the bullet is, again, not too unlike the one with the blue lubricant in it. It's round nose and it's truncated, so it has that flat front called a meplet.
And just for completeness, State's Exhibit 146.
Yes, it's just a closer view of one of the cartridges from that SM ammunition company.
So this cartridge has the same physical characteristics in terms of the shape of the bullet, is that right? And we're comparing them to the live rounds found on set.
Yes.
And they both have brass casings, is that correct?
Yes.
They both have the Starline brass head stamp.
That's right.
And they both have nickel-plated primers.
Yes, yes they do.
Thank you.
Welcome, Eddie Martin. Thank you for becoming a member.
That's fine. Okay, thanks. We'll just need to make a note of it like you did. I appreciate that. Let's connect over here. Sorry, guys.
My ears. They're swapping the Mac for the HP. Guys, I'm just ignoring chat, so please behave. I'm pretty sure we've been demonetized
Mr. Haig,
based on chat alone.
Did you meet me in August at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department? August of 2023.
Yes.
And can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the exercise was that we engaged in that day with, also I think your son was assisting us.
Yes, he was.
Talk about Mike.
We had been requested to reassemble the evidence revolver with the broken parts, mainly the hammer and the trigger, or with I think just the broken hammer with the knocked off full cock step, to see if it even could be cocked and would retain the cocked position.
I'm guessing it wouldn't keep it up like in that position because of the damage it had sustained.
And while we were there, did we take some videos?
I'm sorry?
Did you record some videos while we were there?
Yes, we actually did it a number of times after we reassembled it, with and without the cylinder in the revolver, and videotaped, I think, 6 runs in one session and 3 or 6 in the other.
We're only going to watch 2.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm going to get them started once you give me the screen. What's that?
This is an exhibit.
Thank you, Judge. Where are we?
You're up to 147 now. So this would be 147.
This is 147. Okay, hang on.
Yes, this one.
Bear with me here.
T-shirt idea. Thank you, Princess Buttercup. Everything I know about firearms I learned from the Hannah Gutierrez trial on YouTube. We probably also got disfavored
We're ready.
by the algorithm.
Oops. Let me stop it.
Move into evidence. States 147
Because
and
the witness
148.
was
Any objection?
displaying.
It's actually going to be
demonstrating
147 and 147A.
Okay. All right, any objection? All right, so 147, 147A is admitted. You may publish.
Let me turn that volume down.
George is on it. Here we go. Ready for the video?
I'll play States Exhibit 147. Hang on.
Like the blue gloves, that's a good addition
Down
here.
too
I
far.
think for some reason it's just fitting.
All the parts on the with the following exceptions.
Is there an issue with audio?
The evidence revolver.
Guess you didn't hire a professional to record the audio. That's your issue.
Describe what we've done to put it back in operating condition. All the parts on the revolver are original with the following exceptions. This is a new trigger and sear, same piece. It's the original hammer. It does also have a replacement bolt or cylinder catch. Otherwise, as mentioned, every pin, screw, spring, whether that's the main hammer spring or the flat spring that operates the trigger, are original to the revolver.
So what we did is
You fixed the gun.
Just as a recap.
You kept the broken
This
hammer.
this is the Baldwin gun, is that right?
That's correct.
And the hammer, or I'm sorry, the trigger is a new unbroken trigger, is that correct?
That's also correct.
And the bolt that we saw in the photos that had kind of lost an ear, is that replaced?
Yes.
But the hammer that's in this gun is the original hammer from this gun, is that correct?
But damaged, yes. And that was the whole point. Does the damage, how does it affect the operation of the gun if we isolate the hammer?
So this is the hammer that you believe was damaged at the FBI.
Yes.
The full cock position. Hammer falls and is captured at the half cock position. Again,
So what did you ask your son to do? He's the one holding the gun.
I asked him to go through the normal cycle. If you produced this firearm and cocked it and expected the hammer to stay cocked until you pull the trigger, it will not. Because that full cock step or notch has been rounded off, the perfectly brand new trigger cannot retain the full cock position. The hammer falls to what you just saw, and it falls to that half cock notch. So the good trigger and its sear drop into that notch, preventing the gun from firing. So that's intentional. That's what Mr. Colt intended. If somehow the gun got worn and the hammer started to drop when you cocked it, it's going to get captured. And if it gets past that point, it'll be captured by the quarter cock notch.
Sam knew what he was doing.
Demonstrate the positions of the hammer, normal positions. From full down where the firing pin is protruding from the breech.
See the firing pin in the gap?
Can you see the firing pin protruding from the breech in this video?
Yes, when I first described how this gun works for you, the hammer is fully down. So it's either just fired a cartridge, or this would not be a good way to carry this gun with live ammunition, because that firing pin is resting right against a live primer if there was a cartridge in this gun. And it wouldn't take much of a blow. You don't have to hit it hard. Just drop it from a few inches in this configuration and it'll fire.
This is proving that the trigger was pulled. That's what they're proving here. Not really relevant to Hannah.
The trigger will not allow the hammer to drop because of the shape of the notches in the hammer. From the half cock or load condition also, pulling the trigger does not drop the hammer. And the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore. And then
Tell us what you mean there, and why is that important in gun handling? You indicated that the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
Well, the two things you just saw was starting to bring the hammer back all the way. Went through the safety notch, cylinder's still locked up. But when you get to this position, the cylinder now rotates a few degrees, more than a few, about 10 or so. If somehow you were able to fire this gun from that position that you're looking at in the screen right now, there's going to be a real disaster because the bullet can't go down the barrel. Maybe half of it might, but the other half is going to be jammed up against that area. That's really hard to do. And you're probably going to blow the cylinder apart. You may get injured. So there again, what Mike and I were demonstrating is it's called a slip off. If you're trying to cock the gun and you lose your grasp on it, the hammer falls, that safety notch captures it. And now if we get this far, it still is going to be captured, but somehow if it got past that, the safety notch, you're going to have a damaged at the minimum, or a destroyed gun, and probably an injury to yourself.
And in this position where the cylinder is no longer aligned with the axis of the bore, does the firing pin hit the primer every time?
No, it can hit it just at one side, and primers are designed to detonate, and it's a proper term, with basically a central hit in the primer. If you get off to one side, you'll often have a misfire, a failure to fire. And if it gets any further than that, it hits out in the head stamp area, doesn't hit the primer at all. The more that cylinder rotates out of phase.
Which normally would be caught when released, drops. And with lateral pressure, both directions, this one's slipping the thumb off to the right side of the hammer, this one slipping the thumb off to the left side of the hammer, all catch.
What about not slipping the thumb off?
Why the example of the hammer slipping?
Why would we do that example?
Yeah.
It can be a misadventure with this kind of firearm. One of them I described, you're trying to cock it and you lose control of it. If you haven't pulled the trigger, what you just saw will happen. Nothing. It'll capture the hammer. Similarly, you can cock a gun and then decide, as I demonstrated, I want to let the hammer down. You don't want it cocked. You're going to have to pull the trigger. You're going to have to coast that hammer down with a good thumb on this area called the spur. And when it gets past the safety notch, the proper thing is to let go of the trigger, and the safety notch will capture it once again.
All right, this is August 24, 2023.
All right.
Mike Haig and Luke Haig at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Laboratory. No.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 147A.
This is August.
Just tell us before we play it, what are we looking at here?
This is the same evidence revolver. You're now looking at the other side, and we've removed the cylinder and the cylinder pin.
Is everything still the same though? We've got damaged hammer, everything else works?
Yes, everything else is the same. I think we wanted to see the stop latch working at one point.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play this.
2023 in the property room of the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. And Mike, you're on to describe what we've done to the evidence gun.
So it's the item 1 revolver, the Pieta.
Why do we have
Original
Mike
parts
testifying?
include all the pins, screws, grip, the original hammer. It has the original hammer spring as well as the original flat
hearsay?
spring that operates the trigger. The trigger is a replacement trigger, so the top of the sear is a functioning original piece. And as said, original hammer. It does have a replacement bolt as well. Otherwise, all parts are original.
Okay, and the hammer's in the fully forward position at this top. The normal full cock position. Hammer falls, doesn't hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions.
I wonder if they can force it to stay back
half-cock
all the way.
functions.
They're
And then all the way to
they're
full.
slipping off right here. If they just let off when it was
in that view,
fully
it's this
cocked,
little piece
is that going to stay?
right
A legitimate
there.
question. I'm not trying to do any
It went
innuendo.
down when it got to the half cock and then came back up when it reached the full cock position because that locks the cylinder in alignment with the axis of the barrel.
And again, when it was in the full cock position and it was released and it fell and was caught at half cock, that was why.
That was as designed. That's what it should do. In that situation, the cylinder would have been aligned, but in a way it doesn't matter because it wouldn't fire.
No, I'm talking about when your son pulled it into the full cock position and it didn't stay there. Why didn't it stay there?
Again, the former full cock notch or step has just been beaten off. It's just rounded. There's no step there any longer. So it'd be the same as the edge of this witness stand. If it were round, I couldn't do that. Slip off.
Okay, I'm just going to go slowly through the video so that we can see the bolt that you were referring to. So I'm starting this video at 1 minute and 9 seconds.
There you can see the stop latch right now. It's up because it's locking the cylinder if the cylinder were in the gun.
That's the bottom just above the trigger.
And it's still up because we're falling from the full cock. If we'd come from the hammer down to this very position, it lowers itself so we can rotate the cylinder and load and unload the gun.
You guys know.
Okay.
I'm not acknowledging that.
Just for completeness, we'll finish playing it.
Hold, but the half-cock notch captures it.
Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions.
I honestly, I think defense needs to ask the question there. Why is he slipping his finger off the back of the hammer instead of just releasing it?
I'll apply some
Why is he
lateral pressure to the
pulling all
hammer
the way
as I
back?
release it as well.
I'm just wondering if you could find a
to the
point
right.
where the hammer stays in the fully cocked position with that
left.
broken little pin and new trigger.
And of course, because of the notches on the hammer, pulling the trigger at the safety notch or the load condition.
Defense needs to ask
or
that
do
question.
Not release the hammer.
Okay.
The reason why I want to say
So
that.
based on the experiment that we did with this
I'll
gun
explain
back
that.
in August of 2023, even if the hammer of the gun was damaged on October 21st of 2021, would the trigger have to be pulled for the gun to fire?
Two things. Yes, the trigger would have to be depressed or pulled. The hammer would have to be at the full cock position, and it can't be damaged because it would do what we saw here, and what you just saw here would not fire the gun.
So hypothetically though, even if it were damaged on October 21st, the operator, that being Mr. Baldwin, would have had to have pulled the trigger.
If you could get the hammer to stay at the full cock position, that's the difficulty to overcome.
Which it doesn't want to do.
Not the way he's
Will not
loading
do.
it.
Okay.
Not the way he's cocking it. But I'm saying there might be a way to do that.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the spent casing from the Rust movie set in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any conclusions about whether or not that spent casing was fired from this gun?
Yes, I did.
What's that?
I'm in agreement with the FBI examiner. I was able to match it under the microscope. There are tool marks on the breech face of the gun that print themselves, literally stamp themselves into the primer. And there were a number of test-fired cartridges that the Bureau prepared, that I prepared, and under a specialized microscope for this purpose, I could see a very nice identification. So, in my view, the fired cartridge was fired in this gun. And then I went on to look at the shape, location, and depth of the firing pin impression as the next important question.
And let's go ahead and talk about that. The everything that you learned from the firing pin impression and what that tells you about the position that the hammer of the gun was in at the time it was fired.
It tells me two things: that the cylinder was locked up and aligned, so the hammer had been pulled all the way rearward. If it had not, it wouldn't be in alignment from what I've shown you. Secondly, the depth of the firing pin impression told me from doing test fires, multiple test fires, and measuring all the 12 that the FBI lab conducted, that it was a cartridge that was fired from a full hammer fall, not from an effort to let the hammer down and slip off or any other misadventure, but rather a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
One final demonstration for us, if you would take your revolver out and come in front of the jurors. And you can stand right here so that you can speak into the microphone.
Don't, you guys.
So just for completeness, I would like for you to demonstrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, using this exemplar revolver, the position that what had to have happened on October 21st, in your opinion, for this gun to fire. Let's show them rather than give them a verbal description.
It had to have a normally functioning, undamaged hammer. The handler, in this case Mr. Baldwin, had to get it to this position. If he let go of the hammer, it would stay as you see it here. Pulling the trigger will fire it. Now you can do that as quickly as you cock it, or you can wait minutes, hours. But when I do that, if there's a live round in there, it's going to fire. The firing pin impression is going to have the full depth from this. And I've done it, if somehow I did this, I'm trying to let it down, and I let it slip, it either won't fire at all, or it makes a much shallower firing pin impression. I did that multiple times with the evidence gun and with the exemplars. I own several of these. My son owns several of them. So I could distinguish by the depth and the centering. This was a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
So had the gun fired at a position less than full cock, lower than full cock, in between full and half, or half and quarter, you would be able to tell that by the depth of the firing pin impression. Is that correct?
What I call a slip off. If you're trying to let the hammer down and you get about the halfway point and it slips, you also have to pull the trigger, by the way, it'll be a much shallower firing pin impression because it doesn't hit the strike, doesn't strike as hard. And from the quarter cock, if you're trying to put it in safety position and you lose control of it, again, you have to pull the trigger. It just makes an indentation in the primer, doesn't fire at all.
Thank you, sir. If you can take your seat.
I think they missed out on that, and hopefully the defense notices this. I think they also need to demonstrate what would happen if the trigger were pulled as the hammer is cocked. So
in the what we call the discovery, in the documents and information that you reviewed, did you have an opportunity to review some videos of Mr. Baldwin on set in the church pulling the gun out of his holster?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with that type of holster?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this type of gun?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with this type of gun? I think you've indicated you are.
Yes, I think I own 6 or 7 of them.
Okay. Is there anything particularly difficult or dangerous about pulling this style revolver out of that style holster, in your opinion?
Not so long as you don't load it, or if you do load it, that you don't cock it and pull the trigger. Otherwise, it's safe. It's an easy movement to make. I have no problem with how to do that.
When you say it's an easy movement to make, can you think of anything, that the gun might get caught on, or anything that could create danger?
Not realistically. Again, the hammer secures itself well to be drug across clothing, and if it fell without a trigger pull, and the trigger's well shielded with a trigger guard, but if somehow the hammer got pulled off the full cock position, you've already seen what's going to happen. It gets captured at the half-cock position.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All this
Mr.
testimony
Bell,
is
I'll have you disconnect
very
us.
bad for Alec Baldwin.
Maybe approach for a moment.
Has very little to do with Hannah. Very little. So, but this is a precursor. This is what we're going to see in the trial with Alec Baldwin. And this is bad for him, because the video we have of him drawing his revolver in those takes, they did those 3 takes, with the little boop, everything else. He's got his finger on the trigger.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll be back at council. What time do you think? Council?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
It's 11:38. You want quarter of?
I was paying pretty close attention. I think we're at 129, not 130.
So, quarter of 1. Quarter of 1. Do I have that right?
Yes, you have that right.
Okay, thanks. All right. And since you're a witness, don't talk to other witnesses.
I understand.
Yeah.
All rise.
All right. Okay. While they're leaving, I'm going to do. Yes. Thanks for letting us have some immature fun. It's over now. It's over now. Sorry for the demonetizing. Thank you, Nosy Rosie. The fun is over. I'm going to explain a little bit about what I think the demonstration left out in just a second here, and it's not. It actually has nothing to do with Hannah. I mean, it doesn't affect this, so defense doesn't need to jump on this. But I think they should in Alec Baldwin's case, and I'll explain that here in just a second. We want to make sure we're done. It looks like we're coming back about 12:45. We've got about an hour. We're going to lunch. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's just showing us the wall. But okay. So here's the thing. The parts that were broken inside the gun, there were 2 pieces that were broken. One part was from the trigger, and that was the little piece that stuck in the notch, that 3rd notch, or it's stuck in any of the notches. The tip of that was broken off, and one piece was broken from the piece that locks the cylinder from rotating. Okay, but there was a 3rd part that had damage, and this is important. That 3rd part is the notch itself. The 3rd notch, the fully cocked position, was worn down. It was worn down so much that there was almost nothing to catch on. They did not find a piece of that broken off. Okay, this was wear. Wear is very different from sudden breakage. And when you think of this, if you've got 2 pieces together, okay, and you strike them hard enough for a break to occur, what are the odds that both of them break at the same time? I would say fairly low. I think the test they performed broke the piece off the trigger. But the fact that it was worn down could be from years of this gun being used inappropriately on a set. It could be years of mishandling. And so you've got a situation where the gun itself could have been unsafe. Now, I can't get past the point that even if that 3rd notch was worn down, the other notches should have caught the trigger, that it should have caught it. And we know it should have caught it because they were able to half cock and fully cock the gun afterwards without replacing the parts, and it worked right. So we know the parts inside were good at the time that Alec Baldwin had the gun. But if his finger were on the trigger, I guess it negates everything, really, because his finger has to be on the trigger to get past the 1st and the 2nd notch. But I want to know, in every demonstration they showed us that Mr. Haig and his son Mike, shout out to Mike, by the way, great way to get your name out there is have your name just injected in testimony and then pop up on the video and talking. I don't know why they did that. I'm not sure why they allowed that, but because we don't know Mike's expertise at all. But he pulled the hammer all the way back, and I can tell you from someone who has owned a single action revolver. A high quality piece, not this exact style, but another high quality. It was Ruger single action revolver. That pulling the hammer all the way back. That there's a difference between the fully cocked position and how far back that hammer can go. You can actually pull just past the half cocked position, and it does release just a tiny bit. So what they were doing is pulling it as far back as it would go, so that it would then hit that 3rd notch with some force, and it would slip through. I want to know why you didn't just release it back there and then find that notch where it grabs, where it does grab, and let go, because I believe the gun would have stayed in the fully cocked position had they done that with the new unbroken trigger. That's just from my experience, I think their tests didn't take that into consideration. Either way, the gun should not have gone off. It would not have gone off no matter what happened, unless that trigger was pulled, based on the parts that were inside the gun and how it was functioning after the shooting. All right, who's responsible for inspecting the firearms before it's used as a prop? That would be the armorer. Would worn parts be evident? No. Well, yes and no, Casey, because if that third notch wasn't grabbing anymore, if it was being worn down and it wasn't grabbing, the armorer should notice that when they're working the gun, when they're working the action, when they're cleaning it, you would notice that, whoa, it doesn't stay in full cock position anymore. We clearly have some damage or some wear on the inside. But either way, there's still two levels of safety that are catching it. Maybe we need to add a mic for Mike. I'll tell you what I added. I added a broken hammer. Whoops, that's not it. There we go. I added a broken hammer. It's on top of the roof. We might have to zoom in to see this. Let's see. Let's zoom in here. Can we do that? We have a little broken hammer right here on top of the roof. I'm not sure if it's halfway or quarter or anything, but it is definitely snapped off and broken. So that's all we added for that whole segment. I can't add anything else. Yes, here's the thing. Traditionally, firearms were, it's considered a manly thing, and men are immature. And I don't know why all the names for everything involved in firearms has double entendre type stuff. But wow, testimony this morning was full of double entendre. All right, anything else we need to cover before we break? Let's see. I think we should rewatch the movie clip. I think he was cocking it, or thumb was on it. Yo, mama, he was. I've gone back and watched that frame by frame. It's not exciting to watch frame by frame, and I don't currently have my slow motion machine tied into my switcher. But the last time he drew the gun, it appears to me that Alec Baldwin had his thumb on the hammer as he was drawing with the hammer back and his finger on the trigger. All right. Men named them. That's the thing. I'm okay without a rooster on there. I'm okay without a rooster at this point. Maybe we'll add one later on, but all right. Yeah, I'm sure there are going to be all sorts of highlight reels from today's testimony online, and it's not too difficult to put it together. All right, we're going to take a break for lunch. We have about 45 minutes before we're going to be back. Get the music ready so we can go out in style. I did change my mind on the gorilla. You may get the chicken. Might happen. I've got a gorilla and a cat on there. I mean, I thought as far as compromises have gone, I have given a lot of ground on this one. Let's see. We both got the gorilla and the kitty. Look at that. Right there. So I figure I've been more than generous, but there's just some lines we will not cross. So, okay, we will update this. This will be the new thumbnail after the lunch break. So if you're looking for the proper thumbnail afterwards, make sure it has the hammer on the roof for the kitty and the gorilla. It's the best thumbnail ever. Thank you. I appreciate your help. You guys, some of this artwork has been submitted to me over the burner phone. Others have been suggested through Canva. But either way, it's a group effort to put this together. Buffer, go to lunch. Amber, good to see you here. It's been crazy. Here's what I will say. When we come back after lunch, let's set this morning's live stream aside. I'm 99% sure we got demonetized on that one for about 100 different reasons, and 99 of them are chat. So let's dial back a little bit on the double entendre and just listen to the facts of the case this afternoon. That I would appreciate that, just personally. That would be wonderful. You realize also the content of the testimony also is frowned upon by the establishment. So it is what it is, even though it's for educational purposes and news gathering. We can't handle that. We can't change that. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Hopefully you guys have a good meal planned. I do not. I've not decided yet what I'm going to eat. I'm probably going to raid the freezer and then hit the microwave. And then I'll peruse the pantry to see if there's something that might fill me up after that. So no worries. I appreciate everyone being here. This is the best place to watch true crime. It's because of you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in about 45 minutes, or less than that now, about 40. We'll be back at 12:30 Mountain Time, which is 2:30 Eastern Time. So there we go. Until then, stay safe. Be nice to each other. You can go back and watch the replay. That's fine, but let's leave the comments and everything from this morning session in this morning. Let's just let that be and pretend it didn't happen. We'll all be happier there. So thank you all. Have a good lunch. We'll see you afterwards.